solutions. However, gaps in infrastructure, regulatory fragmentation, and limited digital literacy continue to hinder progress. This session, therefore, explores how Africa can build a robust digital ecosystem through inclusive policies, investment in infrastructure, and coherent data governance frameworks to support economic transformation, efficient and effective public sector management, as well as sustainable development. I'll invite Professor Abi Kadir, Director of Research, AERC, to make opening remarks, and then I'll come back later to invite the chair of the session so that we can make some progress with this session. Welcome, Abi.
Good morning, everyone, and I will make very brief remarks about this session. Our idea is to collect as many additional new ideas as we sharpen the research program on unlocking digital potential for Africa, and also to shape some of the work streams that fall under a broader research program. In this session, we will be focusing on AI and also the digital trade, particularly the importance of which has been very prominent in the wake of the COVID pandemic. As we know, we are witnessing a lot of rapid economic as well as geopolitical changes, along with rapid technological expansions. So I think in the session that Professor Isaac was moderating this morning, we saw the challenges surrounding that, especially data governance and data protection and all that. But there are also opportunities because the big data, new data ecosystems coming up with opportunities for us to look into how the digital economy is transforming lives. One of the interesting aspects, including the research by network members under hugely funded programs like the Digital Finance Service research, showed that fintech or financial technology is very, very important in increasing the likelihood of employment, self-employment, entrepreneurship for the marginalized communities who are increasingly ignored by the growth process that is bypassing them. However, technology is coming to the rescue. So fintech and entrepreneurship has been shown to be highly correlated based on data from Burkina Faso and Cameroon. However, if data and AI technologies, if they are not harnessed properly, they can also be damaging, and especially if they fall into the wrong hands. You can usually use them to perpetuate bias by the way that you program systems, and the algorithms might be entrenching or embedding some systemic biases against certain societal groups. So it is important to discuss ethical issues surrounding AI and their applications in practical terms. For instance, loan applications, credit scoring is increasingly using AI technologies. And these AI technologies, if they are not really carefully marshaled or used, they can be used to perpetuate existing inequalities and economic injustice. Because if you live in a certain area, and if you look like or if your color is not the right type, I lived in the UK for more than 25 years. Just because I'm living in a certain area, I might look like a drug dealer and also someone who is engaged in dealings which are not trustworthy. AI technologies are used to really do some damage if they are not harnessed properly, because they can really embed algorithm discrimination, as I call it. Another aspect that is very important in the sessions that we will be discussing will be on digital trade. For that, we need infrastructure, for sure. I remember there was a discussion on digital payment systems by many participants of this summit over the last 2 days discussing that. So we will also venture into that. Finally, I think I should say that I look forward to a rich discussion, both on AI, the ethical aspect, the regulation aspect, and the power of digital trade, e-commerce in transforming economies and lives and livelihoods for the common good. So with that, we will go to the next session, and I will call upon Charles to lead us on that.
Okay, thank you, Abby. I will invite the panelists to come in front, starting with the chair, who is Dr. Hani Hlomani. Hani Hlomani is a technology law strategist, a lecturer and policy advisor with expertise in data governance, artificial intelligence, intellectual property, and emerging technologies. His work spans policy analysis, strategic foresight, and capacity building, with a track record of designing and delivering initiatives that equip stakeholders to navigate complex socio-technical landscapes. His influential publications have had an impact on organizations such as African Union, Southern African Development Community, and the European Union. Driven by curiosity and a commitment to equitable technological features, Hani's focus is on creating frameworks that enable societies to benefit from innovations while addressing its risks. Welcome, Hani. So I would like you to take your seat, and then I will invite the rest of the panelists, and you will proceed to introduce them, and then you can take on the program. So I would like to invite Dr. Wairagala Wakabi, Executive Director of CIPESA. Welcome. Dr. Abraham Rugo Mureu, Executive Director, Bajeti Hub. Professor Buju, University of Linköping, Sweden. Professor Hongbo, SOAS, University of London. And Dr. Alison Gidwal, Distinguished Research Fellow, Research ICT Africa. Welcome, panelists.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion on data governance in Africa. I promise you, although today is day 3, I think, this is probably going to be the most exciting panel discussion that you have seen. No offense to the others, but stay tuned. Trust me, we've got some really good nuggets that you're going to hear from the panelists here today. Having sat in on the morning sessions and some of the earlier speakers, hearing some of them speak, we started to hear, people talk about technology such as artificial intelligence, data governance whether it's data protection or general data governance. And what is common amongst them is that everybody is of the opinion or is aware of the fact that technology is here, and it's either you sink or swim. You either get with the times or get left behind. And as progressive Africans, we know that we do not want to get left behind, so we want to integrate these technologies into into different sectors in the different areas of work that we do. And so it's really important that before we implement these technologies, we are able to manage the risks that come with them, because after all, a lot of them are not developed on the continent, but also to ensure that we maximize the benefits out of these various technologies. And like I said, digital technologies are transforming a lot of sectors, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in banking, whether it's in education, healthcare, finance, or even public finance management. And these digital tools are helping us to be more efficient at work, whether it's through the efficient allocation of public funds or resources or revenue collection, whatever it may be. It's no question that technologies are helping us to be more efficient and to get more out of what we previously could not get. And as digital trade expands throughout the continent, earlier today we heard about the digital protocol from the AfCFTA and strong data governance, which is essential to ensuring that, for instance, privacy, ethical use, and the likes, that these systems are put in place in environments that are conducive. And we've already heard about artificial intelligence, which really depends on high quality, well-governed data. And however, we have noted that some of the speakers have spoken about some infrastructure gaps, some regulatory fragmentation, and limited digital literacy, I think, as Professor Allison said in the last comment just before, in the fireside chat before this. And so what we're going to be doing today here on stage is to discuss how Africa can build robust digital ecosystems through inclusive policies, investment in infrastructure, and coherent data governance frameworks. These will support economic transformation, effective public sector management, and sustainable development. I'm going to be posing questions to the panelists. I think we have time for about 2 per speaker. We should have about 15 minutes per speaker. And we'll see at the end, I've also got some extra questions. Maybe we can go either to the audience, but I've also got some extra questions. So I'll start with my first panelist, Dr. Wairagala Wakabi. He heads the think tank Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa, CIPESA, which promotes effective and inclusive ICT policy and practice for improved governance, livelihoods, and human rights in Africa. Wakabi's research interests lie at the intersection of digital technologies, development and democracy, and include digital rights, data governance, and innovation in science and technology. Wakabi holds a PhD in informatics from Örebro University in Sweden, and a Master of Science in Informatics from Örebro as well, and a Master of Arts in Media Studies from Rhodes University in South Africa. So, my question to you, Dr. Wakabi, is given the rapid digitization of public and private services, what policy frameworks do you think are most urgent to safeguard, for instance, data privacy, digital rights, and the ethical use of AI in African countries? For instance, Abby spoke about credit scoring as one example. So just over to you. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you very much, Professor Lamani. There was, earlier this year, Rwanda and Ghana signed an MOU which enables fintech companies in these 2 countries to passport their licenses. What that means is that when a fintech is licensed in Nigeria, in Ghana, it does not have to go through all the paperwork in terms of registering and operating in Rwanda. It can almost automatically be able to operate in Rwanda. That is a very powerful example in terms of how we need to harmonize our regulations that govern the digital space. Because the fact that this fintech is able to seamlessly operate in more than one country, using regulations that are similar, oversight institutions that are similar, etc., makes it very easy for this fintech to scale its operations. The barriers to entry become lower, and the integration in our digital markets is more enabled. I've had opportunity in the course of this year to conduct trainings for the Southern African Development Community member states, as well as for the East African Community member states on data governance and emerging technologies, and the need to harmonize policies that regulate data governance, policies around data residence, around enabling cross-border flow of data. If we are doing integration the way we are, if we want to enable movement of persons and goods, etc., and build an ecosystem that is supportive across countries, supportive of high-level commitments like the African Union Data Policy Framework and the Digital Trade Protocol, then we must absolutely look at harmonizing regulatory frameworks that are on data, that are on cybersecurity, and adjacent issues, including AI. There's actually high appetite in a number of countries in the region for harmonizing these policies, which is why many countries at the moment are actually going through the process of coming up with policies that are in line with the AU Data Policy Framework. We have helped, for instance, Lesotho and Liberia to come up with those laws as just one of the countries that are actually seeing the importance of harmonizing these laws. When we look at the continent today, I think we see that there is quite a lot that is happening in terms of digitally enabled services. I think that was a total of 41 billion across, which was earned in 2024. The fact is there are only a few countries that are dominating this: South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Ghana, Mauritius. Kenya is coming up. Those 5 countries that I mentioned first alone take up more than 65% of the earnings. A lot of what is holding back the rest of the countries is the lack of supportive infrastructure, which was mentioned earlier, but also the lack of supportive policies, both in terms of how do we use data, how do we enable data to flow, what kind of capacities do we have in place, and what kind of regulatory institutions should we put in place. My last point. We did a research this year. CIPESA, the organization I work with, every year we do a research called State of Internet Freedom in Africa. And we looked at AI for this year and looked at 13 countries. There are a lot of elements which emerge from that research which I think are useful for us to consider when we are trying to see how do we better leverage data and AI in order to enable better trade, but also better integration within the region. I'll mention a few of those elements. One of them, obviously, is the lack of regulation at the moment. I think it has been mentioned earlier. We have probably 16 countries that have come up with some kind of strategy, but only one has gone slightly ahead of the others. Most are actually doing nothing, even when they come up with strategies in terms of enabling innovation, enabling uptake of AI, enabling testing user cases and scaling them and providing capital that can power these innovations, or even building data center capacity that can enable the innovation and digital trade that we are all yearning for. So the very first thing is policy frameworks that look both at data and AI in one basket, not as separate entities, and how both can be governed and enabled in order to improve trade. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Indeed, I think earlier somebody spoke about the overarching issue of trust. And trust in this context, as I understand you and I understood you, is that on the first level, we need to harmonize, right? There's fragmentation of laws and policies throughout the different African countries. But also, it ties into the second one, which you were speaking about, on the issue of capacity, which is to say that maybe these laws are fragmented because country A does not trust that country B will be able to protect their data effectively. So it's important, in addition to harmonize, to also ensure that there's capacity throughout. And thank you for the work that you do in that regard in capacitating all the, SADC, as you said, recently. Hopefully you roll it out to everybody else in due course. Now I'm going to hop on over to Dr. Abraham Rugo Muriu. Dr. Muriu is the Executive Director of Bajeti Hub, formerly IBP Kenya, a position that he has held since July 2017. He's deeply committed to advancing local development with 19 years of experience in decentralization, participatory governance, and public finance management in Kenya. His work focuses on empowering citizens to engage in governance processes and advocating for improved public service delivery through research, policy analysis, advocacy, capacity building, and public education. Dr. Rugo previously worked at the Institute of Economic Affairs and later as a public policy and devolution consultant. A sought-after contemporary speaker, he regularly trains and presents governance, public finance, devolution, and holistic personal development. He holds a master's and doctoral degree in public management from the University of Potsdam in Germany. My question to you, Dr. Rugo, is, with the way in which digital tools are transforming public finance management, or PFM as I'll be referring to it as I go forward, by improving transparency, digital tools are transforming this by improving transparency and revenue mobilization. What do you think are the most promising AI-enabled applications for PFM in Africa? And which risks do you think need to be actively managed? Over to you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here and to connect with many colleagues. So thank you so much. As you've been told, I work in the space where between policy and citizens, and basically trying to think about how do citizens influence public policy, and especially how do they influence it through public finance, where we see public finance not as an end in itself, but as a means of enabling the achievement, so to say, of the social contract. I think the way to approach this discussion is to see that when you look through Africa, a lot of the countries, and perhaps Kenya, South Africa, a bit of Nigeria, and perhaps Egypt, have done a lot of advancing in terms of putting in place frameworks for democratization of public policy discourse. We call it public participation, in short. The big dilemma around public participation is how do you ensure that, first of all, voices are heard, are collated, and are counted in terms of just the input. But secondly, how do you provide feedback, the feedback loop, because that seems to be the Achilles heel around public participation. And one of the areas I see, and we see digital technologies becoming very, very critical, is first of all in that collation of big data being so many voices that are providing information from different corners of the country on different questions. So some are putting in agriculture, some in water. For a public official who has to sort this out, and many agencies have only perhaps one or two people who are responsible for public participation, how do they collate? And I see that as a critical space where, the digital tools then become very, very helpful, because then you are able to collect so much information. The second one is thinking about portals that basically provide interaction with data. So initially, what you had is that you have either, when we started in this space, you had books, budget books, huge books, 1,000, 2,000 pages, 4 volumes of them. Then we moved to PDF. PDF does not reduce the number of pages, but makes it accessible on your gadget. But still, who has time to read 1,000 pages? And therefore, AI then becomes a critical tool for summarizing and being able to even provide spaces for interaction. So the portals then become just beyond spaces where information is stored, because there are a lot of, I think most ministries have websites, Ministry of Finance, treasuries have websites. But then how are you able even to, for instance, be able to interact with data that is statistical in nature, data that is public finance in nature, and data that is service delivery in nature? In other words, just trying to tie. And allow me to push that a bit more, because one of the other challenges that we observe is an implementation follow-through in public finance. So we have made a lot of progress in allocations in most places. I mean, there's clarity on what is being allocated for, say, in healthcare, in agriculture. There's also a bit of improvement in how the approvals are done within the legislatures. There's also a bit of improvement in audits. Where we are having a challenge is, how do you follow through that the allocations you made actually achieved the service outcomes that you are seeking? And I see AI, digital tools can be very, very helpful to complete that loop, making it possible that at the touch of a button on a dashboard, you can be able to, to be able to see where we are with the implementation. How many nurses have we actually deployed? We can be able to geotag them. And even you can even go further to even know how many hours they have spent in a facility. All this, and all as an integrated framework. So for me that is important, because for a policy maker, sitting on a decision table, whether for the case of Kenya, at a county level, at a county headquarter, some of our counties are as big as 60,000 square kilometer. How else will they be able to, to be able to know what is happening on the different aspects? The third aspect is, for me, the collation and analysis of citizen-generated data. I asked that earlier when I was told they're changing the law basically to make sure that statistical data, the Statistical Act in Kenya, for instance, but there's a lot of citizen-generated data that would especially help with value for money audits. Because that, for example, in Kenya, the Auditor General has come up with a framework called the Citizen Accountability Audit, CAA. Basically, it's a mechanism to make sure that information does not get, the information that the Auditor General relies on when they are doing their value for money audits is not just what they are given by government officials at the end, but they actually can get real time. And I see digital tools can be very, very valuable, because initially this would be then they write a report, send it by, by email, but by using platforms, including, portals that I have talked about earlier, then you're able to feed this information at real time. Because that's what the AI basically adds value to, real time being able, but also the feedback mechanism from the same offices, that you can be able to get the feedback and there can be a conversation. My last point, then I come to the risks, is what has definitely become critical, and this is what we are calling deliberative democracy, or public deliberation of budgets. A lot of public engagement with budgets, whether during formulation or approval, and now as I am pushing for implementation, you may have noticed I'm really pushing the thing around participation in implementation, has been that information is normally only one-sided. It's either government officials are providing information, which is normally sometimes very little, on what they are doing, or citizens are providing input on what they need. But it's rarely a debate on the trade-offs on what this means. Now, the current young generation, we call them Gen Zs, particularly here in Kenya, are saying, no. We are more exposed to information. We want to have a conversation on what policy options are the right options for us, on what kind of trade-offs. And I think digital tools then can provide that, because then there's no space you will be able to put everybody in one room. And we are testing a bit of that, where basically you can use as basic as a Zoom space, where you can actually have a national parliament sort of conversation with people across the country and government officials. And it's about debate. It's about trade-offs. It's about explaining the reason why we think this is the policy option, and the others providing their argument, and then coming to a consensus, which basically is the core of democracy. I think the risks here are two. One is that some of the problems that we think digital tools can solve are not technical in nature. They are behavioral. Allow me to drop this one here. They are behavioral in nature, because we ran a county budget transparency survey across the 47 counties in Kenya. Last year, we undertook an assessment of what is the motivation for government officials to put their information publicly, because some still put as much as 0% of their information publicly. And we learned that it's not so much lack of technology, it is human action. It is this government official blaming the other government official, the ICT department blaming the technical department blaming the head of the department for not approving. But the documents are there. So for me, that's a huge risk and a challenge, because how do you solve a behavioral problem? Of course, pressure through, for instance, chat boxes, anonymous calls, can try to adjust behavior of a public official to make sure that they respond. But I think the challenge here is that then with non-responsiveness, then you run to the same problem of the second one is the fact that not all parts of our countries and our spaces have the same access to digital infrastructure. And therefore that means that you run a risk of enhancing inequalities and making this almost an urban, well-educated, well-to-do, can afford a space. And that is important, because then if you enhance then marginalization, then this becomes even a worse form. And the last risk for me is who controls the data. And that's a challenge we are having, for instance, right now in Kenya. In whose hands is that data? When you use Google platform, who is actually using that data? What does it enhance? How much of the of the systems are hosted here in Kenya, are owned here in Kenya? I think Dr. Njogu was speaking about that. And that are enhancing, policy proposals. And lastly, as we saw, during the protests and what have you, is a risk that then this becomes also a mechanism of clamping down alternative voices, because we can trace you, we can find you, and the more you're pushing, the more we clamp you. For example, just this June, a young person built an app that basically could help you analyze the finance bill. And it created a hole. I think she was put in for a couple of weeks, and therefore, because they say that by the app she created, they spammed one of the websites and therefore crashed it, So I think for me, those are some of the risks, but as you notice, some of them are behavioral in nature. It's how do we accept that this is a new age, new world, and utilize it to be able to advance and make the work of a government official easier, and make the work of citizens even much easier to access what's going on. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rugo. Do we have any behavioral scientists in the room? Maybe they can help us with trying to figure out how we can change some of these behavioral issues, I personally don't have the answer. I mean, it's one of the issues that constantly comes up, albeit in a different context. This is more in the context of political will. You know, they say, look, we've got the frameworks in place, we've got the experts in place. Why is nobody doing anything about it? Who can you push? Who can you tickle, you know, to take some action? And sometimes the governments just sit on all of this expertise, all of the information we have, and do nothing about it. So who knows? But maybe if we identify a behavioral scientist here, somebody might be able to help us out. I also like the part where you spoke about access. You know, by training, my master's degree is actually in intellectual property law, and one of the issues that I like to interrogate a lot is the intellectual property aspects of data governance from an access point of view. So especially with government data, it becomes a bit easier because, you know, it's mostly open source. But with private data, you know, you now have to go through copyright issues. You now have to go through some companies that say, well, this is a trade secret. We're not going to disclose how we gathered this or what is in the data set, or pay us, right? So it's one of those other caps that comes into the fray is sometimes it's not even about just the access might be there, but you might have to pay for it. And how many people can realistically pay $20 or $50 a month just to access some of these data sets? I mean, from the social media companies alone, I know we tried to do a study 2 years ago on combating disinformation on online platforms. To access some of those data sets, one particular company that has a blue logo with an F in it, I won't mention it, they were speaking about paying upwards of $50,000 to access just data sets for 1 month of user data. And so those are some of the caps that also come into play into that whole fray. I will now move over to my right to Professor Bose-Joe, hope I pronounced that right, who is an associate professor in financial economics and econometrics at the Department of Management and Engineering at Linköping University in Sweden. He holds a PhD in economics from Gothenburg University, and his research interests are focused on time series analysis, inflation modeling and monetary policy in developing countries, central bank intervention and portfolio selection with commodities, housing and energy. He has held positions at the Swedish Agency for Development Evaluation, SADEV, McGill University and Gothenburg University. Journal and Economic Surveys, the World Economy, Journal of Financial Markets, Institutions and Money, Journal of International Money and Finance and Studies in Nonlinear Dynamics and Econometrics are some of the influential publications and journals that he has written for. So welcome to you, Prof. So I just want to pose this question to you. We've heard already about how AI has the potential to transform a multitude of sectors, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in healthcare, finance, and education, and so on and so forth. In your opinion, what investment and financial models do you think are necessary to support AI-driven innovation in especially resource-constrained African economies? Over to you, Prof.
Yeah, can you hear me? Thank you for the question. If I knew the answer to the question, I would become very rich. Because when you think about what's going on at the moment, we are in a new revolution of the digital era. Artificial intelligence will change the way we educate our students at all levels very drastically.
Sorry, Prof. Sorry, can I just bother you for one? Can you just bring the mic closer?
Yeah.
So some people can't hear you.
So artificial intelligence will change the way we educate students at all levels. AI is basically your assistant at work all the time, but it can also be the assistant of every student. So you start in school, learn how to read and write, and you might be 30, 40 students in the classroom. It's difficult to keep up for the teacher and advise every student. But I just saw something from my own university that blew my mind completely. I could see the COVID virus, and I could see how you can ask questions about that virus. And the combination here is that you combine artificial intelligence with visualizations. And here is where the NVIDIA chips come in. So the head of NVIDIA, he said, I was wrong for 20 years, they told me, but I knew that in the end we would succeed. And now these graphic chips is making an enormous revolution in AI. So you can look at the COVID virus. You can go into the virus, check details of it. You can ask any possible question about that virus. So even if you're a professor in whatever virus, medicine, etc., you can get the correct scientific answer from artificial intelligence about the virus. And now imagine when you put that into the education of our students at all levels. Any student can get a guidance on how to learn things step by step. And of course, there must be a teacher in the room as well. So this creates enormous amount of opportunities, of course. Also in business. And when you look back, we know that no one understood what was coming. So Steve Jobs, he basically bought a technique from Rank Xerox by which he can construct his Apple computers. Rank Xerox didn't understand what the own research guys were doing. But Steve Jobs saw it. He bought the stuff from them, and mainly he bought the whole research department, more or less. I used an Instamatic camera when I was young. You misspelled my university here at the sign. It said Linkopia. Linkopia was the name of the firm which I would send my camera rolls to. They developed my pictures and I got them back in a week. Now that company died in 2002. My camera was a Kodak camera. Kodak invented the first digital camera. They didn't proceed with it because they thought it would compete with the main things they were doing at that time. Today, Kodak is in big trouble and almost about to go bankrupt, but they are still surviving a bit. They don't dare. IBM thought that the hardware, the CPU was the important thing in the computer. Bill Gates saw something different. Step by step, we see this. We here now communicate to the internet, and the internet is built on routers. The routers was invented by 2 professors at Stanford. They asked Stanford for money to develop that. They didn't get any money from Stanford. They asked 75 venture capital firms for money. They all said no. The last one accepted it. And today, we can't run without these routers, but no one saw it. And the same thing we are facing now. We don't know what's coming. Which are these smart entrepreneurs who's going to develop new ideas with the help of artificial intelligence, and also perhaps combining it with the graphic solution. So it says that trade for inclusive growth, that is quite difficult to actually achieve. We don't really know how to create growth in the first place. We only know what might work and what will not work. We have worked with these issues in economics for a long, long time and try to create growth in Africa. But it's very difficult. What we know then is that we must give incentives to entrepreneurs to try out things and fail. And that is the basis also now for the use of artificial intelligence. So let me come back later then on regulation and what it means then also for business opportunities a bit. Because there are things changing here quite drastically. So I will stop there for the moment.
Thank you, Prof. You know, when you talk about the NVIDIA craze especially, I was just laughing to myself because in my spare time I like to play in the stock market, and NVIDIA has made me a relatively wealthy man to my family members. So this crisis benefits me especially. So maybe long may it continue or not? Of course, of course. Okay, now I'm going to move over to Professor Hong Bo, who is the AXA Chair in Global Finance and Director for the Center for Global Finance, SOAS, University of London. She received degrees in economics from Langzhou, I think it's, is that? yes, the University of Langzhou, Renmin University, London School of Economics and Political Science, and the University of Groningen. Her research covers topics in financial economics, including firm investment decisions, capital market imperfections, corporate finance, and China. She published in reputable journals, including Journal of Corporate Finance, Review of Finance, British Journal of Management, Regional Studies, Journal of Banking and Finance, and Economica. She frequently provides expert commentary for the media, including BBC, CNBC, Sky News, and CCTV. Welcome to you, Prof.
Thank you.
So my question to you is, how does the global economy, especially when we're looking at the power asymmetries between Africa, the US, Europe, and China, how do those shape the African position in global AI development and governance?
Yeah,
Over to you,
and
Prof.
digital trade.
And digital
Yeah.
trade as well, yes.
So thank you very much, and thanks everybody. I actually I would say I'm an external, not insider of Africa. So I see Africa probably differently from you. Most of you here are looking at the issues here. So for example, geopolitical fragmentation. We just had another conference in London, which was titled as Geopolitical Fragmentation. And we talked about the same issues, to be honest. We talked about how to governance big data, digitalization, the whole economy, and then down to digital trade and cyber issues. So my question is, we are here now, so I'm thinking about the differences between Africa and other countries, the rest of the world, in terms of the policy implications. We need to know the differences. So therefore, we think about the conditions of these digital trade issues. What are the differences in terms of the conditions? So what I can see for this African countries, we need to think about digital infrastructure and human capital, and of course we mentioned this morning as well, regulation fragmentation and political probably instability in some areas. So, and then considering that, we can probably talk about what are, so in terms of the fragmentation, what are the impact? So therefore, nowadays, African countries, when you are making any decisions, economic decisions, including digital trade decisions, any investment decisions, probably you need to think about the position that you are taking. So we have the USA, we have China, and in terms of the technology, they are equally very competitive. They are leading the whole thing. So you need, probably African countries need to think about what is the position of your own country, or the continent as a whole. So the lack of infrastructure, digital infrastructure, I do not say a little bit, but lack of human capital capacity. And if you do not have technology, because digitalization requires a lot of innovation. So where do you have those innovation elements? Innovation, where is the innovation coming from? So those are the things that I think I was thinking about. I do not know which position that you should take, but this is the fact. We now need to think about, in terms of the technology, I think China is more adaptable here in this continent. At least the technology-wise, you do not need the most advanced one. You need the one that suits you better, suits the continent better. So I think you need to think about who has already occupied the technology sector in this continent, who has invested a lot in infrastructure in the past, whether or not you can go without those infrastructure. So I think that's something that I would consider. And what else did you ask me? Yes, I think those are the things that we should consider on the summarized level. But I agree that there are a lot of differences even among the countries. And governance issues we have already touched upon. Regulation issues we have already touched upon. So internally, you really need to have a framework. And that's probably my responses to your first part of the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. I think somebody earlier mentioned how generally Africa has the youngest population compared to other continents in the globe. But the alarming aspect of that is that we have so much brain drain, right? Brilliant young people, but they're not building here on the continent. Most of them are going out and building elsewhere. Whether it's from an infrastructure point of view, I'm not sure, or whether it's from a remuneration point of view. Apparently some people say it pays better to develop outside than here. So we don't know I don't know personally if that's the main issue or not. But it's a rather scary thought to think that we have so many brilliant young people who are opting not to build here. And so even from a capacity point of view, it's something that maybe we need to be focusing more on. And also you spoke about infrastructure. I think also Prof. Allison spoke about infrastructure a bit earlier, which also gives me a perfect segue actually to come over to you, Prof. Let me just quickly introduce you, Prof. Prof. Alison Gilwald is the founding director of Research ICT Africa and an adjunct professor at the University of Cape Town's Mandela School of Public Governance. With Research ICT Africa, being a knowledge partner to South Africa's G20 presidency, she has served as a technical advisor to the Digital Economy Work Group and the High-Level Task Force on AI, Data Governance, and Innovation for Sustainable Development. She also co-chairs the T20 Task Force on Digital Transformation. She led RIA's technical assistance to the African Union Commission on the AU Data Policy Framework, and she has been active in the Global Partnership on AI, GPAY, co-leading the algorithmic transparency in the public sector and data justice projects. My first question to you, Prof, is which elements do you think are essential for building robust, inclusive digital ecosystems that allow Africa to fully harness AI? So this is whether it's infrastructure, skills, governance, or institutional capacity. Over to you, Prof.
Thanks very much, Hanani. I think there's a kind of stock response to this. And it's basically we need data, compute, and so-called talent, which is my worst word, skills. But it tends to look only at the AI kind of layer at the top, and it fails to very often look at the foundational elements that really inhibit us doing a lot of those things. And so I thought it might be useful to think about how we use this critique within the context of the G20 and the AI task force. Also because I think understanding some of the geopolitics, this is obviously a very, at this level of the ecosystem, there's a lot of global governance and global companies, monopolies really, global monopolies, working, influencing us and creating enormous dependencies and stuff on us. So I thought it might just be interesting to look at this question in the context of this kind of geopolitics and basically, political economy that's very often not done. There's been a lot of reference to our cooperation with the European Union and with various people and our, drawing on European Union, really leading, regulatory and governance frameworks. But, on the one hand, they have forged protections for the continent that we might not have got from big tech and other operators as they basically conformed to meet their European requirements by imposing them on Africa. A lot of those were not only around compliance costs, they were also around the inappropriateness of them, kind of detailed legal consents in English on these big tech forms, doesn't deal with, privacy of people, or the extraction of large-scale data under conditions where you don't have data governance in these countries and that sort of thing. And I think also importantly the issues of compute and the requirements, for example, in the Global Digital Compact, that there's now solidarity funding for AI development, and also this talk of access, compute, and talent, but particularly the focus on talent. We actually have enormous amounts of talent. We have fantastic data scientists working all over the continent in startups and labs and things. And they are doing very interesting things around local language modeling, as I said before, but they require access to data. So just to give you a little quick example, in South Africa, we've got a situation where we've got a multilingual public broadcaster sitting on basically a virtuous cycle of data production in local languages. That it is dependent, because it's a bad funding model, on selling this to data brokers. So our local public interest, local language modeling developers cannot get access to that data. They're actually being sued. There's a countersuit to prevent them getting this data. So we worked within the G20 on getting a governance framework that will create a new notion of public value for the public broadcaster. It not only becomes the usual entertainment, information, all that, but it becomes the provider of local language data for local language development, public interest local language development, preferential access to local developers, not the big tech to come in now that there's access to this data and actually making them pay for it. If we look at compute, there's been a lot of talk. We, of course, all want data centers. South Africa used to be like, oh, we got 30 data centers or something. On the grand scale of things, South Africa not even a blip on the total kind of hypercompute and stuff that you need on the continent. Even in the last year, a year ago, the big compute index, I can't remember the exact name, but I think the data scientists will know what I mean. Basically, there were, of the top 10, there were 2 national hypercompute countries in that top 10. Within a year, there are no national providers. The whole hypercompute is privately owned. And these recent investments by Meta put it on a scale, I mean, it's just like off the charts compared to some of the Google and other. So, we need to kind of understand where we fit in and how we fit in. And also, kind of make demands in terms of what we've provided and what we're doing for that. And so within the context of the G20, the South African government, which was very committed to this being an African G20, focused on the entire AI ecosystem. And the very progressive ministerial declaration built on the original founding documents was that we look at this entire ecosystem, from extractive mineral, exploitative mineral extraction through to data extraction and exploitation of laborers and workers and that sort of thing. From the green, the challenges around the powering of these hyper servers, scale servers, etc., that they're now wanting to build across the continent, and the implications for a water scarce continent. And so on and so forth. So looking at this entire ecosystem, of course, premised very much, as Wakabi was saying, on the data governance, and that unless we use the data. So I wanted to put it in this framework because essentially what happened through the process of negotiation, and with everybody's eye very much on the States and its boycotting of the thing, and very much on Argentina, who served basically as a proxy for the States during these negotiations, a lot of the eye was not on what Isaac was mentioning previously, on a broader pushback by the European Union, by the UK, but I think that's happened a long time ago since Brexit, but, and Germany and these sorts of countries. It was actually those that scuttled the consensus. So it was actually the UK that broke the consensus at the last minute, after the declaration was now a watered down, very watered down document that then became the chair's statement. So, I think we're all basking in the glow of Africa standing its place. Actually, if it's going to be at the table and is meant to be the leader of the table, at least setting the menu a little bit. But I think, basically we're not paying enough attention to the geopolitics and the asymmetries, the interests have, globally, the interests in Africa in terms of its future, but also the provisioning by multilateral organizations, by bilateral aid on the frameworks that are being used in our country. And we quite uncritically accept them. The latest person that comes in with a several whatever thing to the African Union or the NEPAD or to one of our countries, and we've got an AI blueprint. without it reflecting any of our conditions and everything. So if we look at some of these continental frameworks and that sort of thing, I think we've got some very good ones. I think we've got the digital transformation strategy has presented, with the interoperability framework on ID and on the AI, the African Union Data Policy Framework, which you worked with us on, is providing a very good framework. And we use that. And I think it's important because we very often look, we looked at as standards receivers and menu receivers. But we use the African Union's membership of the G20 very, very powerfully in holding the line on certain things. And when the agenda was pushed back, because it was pushed back, countries did not want to include digital data justice. They did not want to include equitable and just AI on the agendas. And it was actually the African Union that supported, because South Africa is obviously chairing it, can't do things, holding some of the line on that, of course with support from Brazil. So that progressive agenda was, there are fragments of it in the statement, but the actual, original and very progressive agenda is a little bit in tatters. It did build on the Brazilian and Indian, but particularly the Brazilian agenda, which was far more progressive on the data governance side. But as I said, it was really using the African Union framework, which very often was dismissed by multilateral organizations. And they were pushing their own playbooks or whatever else it is. So I think there's a number of spin-offs that come from this. I think there was a lot of mobilization around the G20 with African institutions, particularly the African Union. But the African Development Bank now also has a digital public infrastructures project that I might try in the next round to teach you a little bit about, because it's trying to address some of the problems that the big DPI diplomatic cell now are not looking at in Africa. And as many people have spoken about, it will not be transformative until we address these other problems. Simply, creating efficiencies is not going to produce the kind of transformation that we need.
Thanks. It was very interesting to see the drama around the G20 that was hosted in South Africa recently. I mean, it was all over the news, and for better or worse, it wasn't so much what was being discussed that was in the news. It was, the geopolitics at play between South Africa and the US and so on and so forth. And I think that was a shame, we didn't get really to see a lot of what was happening inside or the crux of the discussions, because they were all kind of gianted and closed out because of all this drama that was happening. And you mentioned a very important point that I was discussing with a colleague very earlier today about, we were talking about, especially from an ethics point of view at least, AI ethics, how people are developing indexes on the readiness to adopt and use AI technologies in Africa. But the standards on which these indexes are being formed were not formulated in Africa. And he posed a very funny question to me, right? And I laughed about it because he said, well, I wonder when we'll get to a point where the US is judging its AI readiness based on the AU AI framework, right? And I was like, well, they kind of always just dismiss us in that regard. But thank you very much for also the updates from the G20. Dr. Wakabi, I'm coming back to you, giving you a bit of a break there. So just as a follow-up to the first question that I asked you, how do you think African governments can reduce regulatory fragmentation across the continent? You spoke about how fragmentation is a big problem and how we need to harmonize. And I want to ask you more for a practical question is, how do you think we can actually go about that? How can we reduce that fragmentation, and how can we become more coherent, especially with the Free Continental Trade Area and Agreement in place? How do you think we can go about that?
Thank you so much. But let me first say something, a little addition to what Alison talked about in terms of this whole infrastructure issue. She mentioned the issue of the compute capacity. Africa has only 1% of the global data center capacity. If we do not raise that capacity, we are not going to be able to meaningfully advance AI innovation and data-driven innovation as well. There are a lot of related issues around affordable connectivity, around connections to electricity, around payment systems, simply payment systems that work. In the region where I seated here, East Africa, only 2 countries actually have payment systems that can do international transactions 24 hours a day. And the systems are not interoperable, meaning one country is doing its own thing, another is doing its own thing. The ESC is at the moment trying to create a single system connecting the countries in the region, beginning with Tanzania and Rwanda, but countries themselves can actually do more, and that example which I gave of the regulatory harmonization between Rwanda and Ghana, where their fintech licenses are passportable, also comes with the additional element of payment systems being interconnected between those 2 countries. We have those challenges, but we also are the region which has some of the highest digital taxation rates in the whole world, whether it's data or infrastructure, like equipment or airtime. We have very high taxes that are hindering investment, that are hindering trade, that are hindering uptake of digital services. And we are not attracting sufficient money, capital, to invest in the digital sector. The fintech sector is attracting quite a bit of money in the startup ecosystem, almost half of it, but the money is not sufficient to really raise digital trade the way we would like it to be. To your question, so there are a lot of elements around data protection, harmonizing the laws, cybersecurity, etc., but there are also a lot that we need to do in terms of laws and policies that govern the areas I've spoken about: digital taxation, infrastructure and how it's affordable, and payment systems and how they are interoperable across countries. The East African community, I think, presents at the moment one of the best pathways to regional harmonization. In February, I think, earlier this year, the community developed an East Africa data policy framework. And out of that, the community started developing an East Africa data policy bill. The hope was that this would be a mandatory, every country would adopt it and apply it. There is a lot of pulling in different directions at the moment because 1 or 2 countries are not very comfortable with that. But I think when we look at other models in other countries, ECOWAS has also has similar examples that we can borrow from. We see that for us to have harmonization in terms of the laws that are building the digital future of our region, the data-enabled future of our region, we need to, 1, do bilateral, for instance, the way Rwanda and Ghana have done, but 2, move through regional economic communities where there are clear values that members can see in terms where we're trading a lot with each other, we have an economic community, there's a lot of movement of goods, of people, etc. So there's absolute value that we can all see in terms of harmonizing our policies as long as we put sufficient safeguards for national interests, for clear data sharing frameworks, etc., in the frameworks that we put in place.
Thank you so much. You spoke of interoperability, which also ironically, my next paper that I'm writing with Prof. Caroline Ngube for the next book by ARC is actually on interoperability in Africa. And one finding of the paper that we're that is going to be published very soon, is the fact that a lot of interoperability is sector-specific in Africa at the moment. So there's not much interoperability between, for instance, say, health and policing, or between whether it's education and banking. So it's very fragmented in that aspect, in that there's a lot of silos. And while we might not understand fully really why you might want banking data as an educator, we found that in, I hate to say this, but the more developed countries, interoperability is across each and every sector, and they find ways to make really good use of that data. So I think that was also a very important point to raise there. And I'm going to come back to you now, Dr. Rugo. And you know, I like to also look into the future. In future studies, there's what we call speculative futures. We can't tell what the future holds, but within the next decade or so, right, what do you think, how do you think digital transformation, especially in PFM, how do you think it might influence the way in which different development actors design, coordinate, and evaluate their different development agendas?
Thank you so much. And thank you for taking me back to a bit of futures. Part of my initial work was actually in scenarios building and futures methodologies in development. I think, and with a focus on Africa, I think my observation is that, first of all, we are going towards greater decentralization. So the future is local. There's, of course, a few things that, you know, as colleagues have spoken about, of national focus, of industries, of development. But my sense is that a greater part of the future is decentralization, where solutions are community-based to try and make sense. And that this is largely a result of failed central governance, but also a factor of just a desire for people to be able to create their own futures. Because of that, I think there is going to be a big part of demand for information that is relevant to make those local decisions, but has global implications. Whether it's national laws, you'll see a lot of local governments trying to, for instance, create their own laws on how to manage their own agriculture, how to manage their healthcare, how to manage their, you know, their resource. There's going to be a bit more push of people spending money at source. I see that, you know, coming more. So a big part of that means that the first focus is how do you make sure that the information we are producing is actually enhancing our ability to bargain for our access to services. That demand, I think, is going to be more and more. Secondly, the future is going to be a bit more on this equitable distribution of national resources. A big challenge that we have observed through our work at Bajeti Hub has been how do you tell need and allocate resources, because a lot of the frameworks for that local engagement to happen, and because most of the broader taxes, or rather the larger taxes, are still going to remain national in nature, I see more focus on us being, you know, every local area making a case of what are their service delivery needs, what are their, you know, development aspirations, and therefore a push towards equitable distribution is going to be more and more critical. And I think that for me is going to be quite a game changer, because what you will see is that there are areas where, for instance, they will say we want more allocation because we are largely agriculture based, or others that will say we want more allocation because we are largely mining based, and that will cut across. Whether you think about how people access energy, you know, the move towards wind power, solar, green power means that there is less and less dependence on national grid systems, and therefore even how they can sell back, you know, the discussion in South Africa. I don't need to tell you with ESCOM, I think you know better. And you know, that for me. The third thing I think is going to really shape how we do in the future is that we are reaching the limits of how much you can tax without the commensurate service provision. And because of that, public participation, my sense is that public participation will take a very different shape, where then it is less of us coming to say what we need, but more pushing and demanding, including through protests, both digital, on digital spaces, as well as physical spaces. And why do I say that? Because as technology permeates, it creates spaces both to express people's views, but it also creates a space to protest. And we've seen that. You've seen, for instance, the protests that have happened in Kenya. A lot of it was organized in TikTok and Instagram. Those are spaces that normally. And therefore, what will happen is that then you will see government. I sense that government will then move to those spaces. Not the other way around. The other way around of public participation is that you create a forum in a space like this, then you come, assuming we are government officials or we are whoever duty bearers, then people come to us and tell us. But I see the future is largely going to be going to those spaces where citizens are and playing by the rules of those spaces. Now, the challenge about those spaces is that they are not necessarily very regulated. Regulated in the sense that anybody can speak, anybody can express their view. It can be alternative view. And therefore the challenge is, how do you then make sure that such spaces still have the decorum of law that respects the space, the freedom of the other person, but at the same time that alternative views are actually accommodated. Then there's this whole area around government going e-procurement, e-medicine, e-transportation and all that. I think that will also significantly affect how we provide public services. Currently, it's largely within the private sector. For instance, like e-medicine, where you can consult a physician. It's largely a private sector. But I see a possibility where that is moving towards even government. In Kenya, one of the counties, Murang'a County, is actually testing with e-medicine within the public health system. Where you basically do not need to travel, especially for critically ill persons, diabetic, hypertensive, who just need to consult a doctor, do not necessarily need to travel to that. What that means is that then this obsession on brick and mortar as development is likely to take a lesser attention and more is about the experience of the service, regardless of where I am located. Now, what that means for public policy that is largely space-driven, meaning that people have to meet in a certain space to be able to deliberate or build a health center, as it were. I think that will significantly. But then there's a whole area around e-procurement and what that does to efforts towards curbing corruption, enhancing transparency, enhancing accountability. And also dealing with challenges around, for instance, pending bills. The challenge I see there is a run towards creating big digital platforms that cost so much more than they are bringing in terms of the value, and therefore the partnership between public and private, public-private partnership as we know it, I see taking a very different angle, where the focus then comes with this whole aspect of AI. I think Dr. Njogu Zawano was talking about, seeing digital, digitalization as a public good, as opposed to a private good that you sell to the public, as it were. So that then the private sector is not just building the infrastructure, but it's actually a key player, and government is also a key player in that sense. I think for me, last and most critical is the kind of solutions that we then start generating that cross borders, so that then it is not just a solution for Kenya. So I take an example, for instance, of M-Pesa. Allow me to use M-Pesa. Developed in Kenya and built in Kenya, never mind who claims to actually have developed it. Story for another day, geopolitics. M-Pesa now is about mobile transfer of money. That's the whole concept. Now, M-Pesa has permeated everywhere. Imagine. Banks had said they will never use this. different countries now, you're having M-Pesa being used even across border. I think there's a whole possibility, and I tie this with even Africa AI strategy being implemented, that this whole idea of borders starts becoming less of a concern. The young people are already collaborating across border on those platforms where nobody sees. I think the future is that service delivery then starts becoming a without border kind of a collaboration. And it will be forced by the fact that for one country to be able to access, to fully benefit from the digital framework, whether thinking about laying fiber cables, satellite technology, and what have you, no one country will be able to put its own systems or afford it. And therefore, you'll be forced to work together, because then the issues you're dealing with from one country, and therefore that borderless kind of Africa, I think it's going to be a great possibility. One hope that I have is that this actually enables us to be a more accountable space. Because a lot of public resources in most of our countries are still not being put where the need is, are still not being put, whether you think about in the education sector, how much of investment is on building this digital technology we are talking about, in terms of training, in terms of education, in terms of opening opportunities, in terms of enhancing businesses, startups, and and financing for the same. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Rugo. Indeed, I think especially when it comes to life in general, it's not a question of if we go digital. It's a question of when we go digital. And so everybody is going to have to come to the fray, whether it's government, whether it's citizens or private actors. Everybody is going to converge in what is a digital public square. During my time with Alison at Research ICT Africa, we wrote one project on digital public spheres or digital public squares, and we were looking at how some of these platforms, as you also mentioned, are not necessarily regulated. And there's this phenomenon that they call the Fediverse, where the server is managed actively by the person who created it. And so it's an alternative that we were looking at. Say, maybe if government really wants to meet the people in the digital square, in the digital sphere, maybe that's another option that they could look at. But of course, the difficulty of that is that it's decentralized, and it also means that it doesn't have a lot of airtime, and not a lot of people know about it or where to find some of these platforms. But I've been seeing lately, especially on Twitter, X, that a lot of people are leaving it for whatever reason, and moving to more democratized and decentralized platforms. For instance, Blue Sky. A lot of people are now on Blue Sky and the likes. So it will be interesting to see how much of your predictions come true in the next decade or so. In the interest of time, Doctor, I'm going to go over to Dr. Bose-Joe. If you could just quickly tell us what kind of strategies do you think could enhance Africa's collective agency in global digital governance negotiations and standard-setting bodies? I mean, I mentioned how I had a joke earlier with somebody who said, I wonder when the US is going to be using the African Union, for instance, frameworks to judge whether they're ready for AI and the likes. So just to bring us to that table and to say, what do you think can make us more prevalent and more heard within these settings?
I think when it comes to these issues, as researchers, we have to ask what you want to get out of this, what you want to regulate and why. So first, the African Union must come together and have a common vision about what they're going. And as I see it, it's so early yet to say something specific that you have to be careful about over-regulating stuff. So when it comes to these issues, I think Africa must listen very carefully to what you do in the US and the EU. And in the US, there is basically no regulation at the moment. It's full speed ahead with everything, and it's focused now very much on producing the electricity you need for AI, and they want to reduce as much as they can in terms of regulations to produce the electricity. We know that EU is hesitating. They want to regulate things. And I think for Africa then, we have to watch carefully what's going on. Because I think the EU might have some very good ideas about how to regulate these things that might be of benefit for people in the end. And that the US might be going a bit too far at the moment, given the government they have at the moment. So I think that for Africa, just wait and see what happens, and don't rush into anything at the moment.
Okay. We'll definitely keep an eye out and follow the happenings, as it were. Over to you, Prof. Bo. Just want to draw on some lessons. Well, it's been, 5 years now since the COVID-19 pandemic. And I just wanted to draw on some of your lessons, especially from China. And to ask you, how do you think African countries can leverage digital trade opportunities, right, while ensuring that AI and digital technologies promote inclusive growth rather than widening inequalities? And maybe we can draw on lessons from the COVID-19 example around e-commerce in China around that time. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, it's on, right? So, all the e-commerce, China had been doing this for long, even before COVID, a long time before COVID. And China is definitely, everything is digitalized in citizens' daily life. So if I go back to China, I need to learn how to use the digital apps in the first instance, and I need a couple of days to be used to the situation there. However, if we think about geopolitical conflicts, maybe China will face some problems when they are doing international transactions. So therefore, it's not necessarily that you have a digital infrastructure and then you do not have the problem. You still have the problem given the external environment, etc. So in terms of Africa, can I add one thing? So even though I said I'm an outsider, but in fact I have supervised a few PhD students on Africa. So I'm a half, Africa, let's say African, let's say that way. So just for my credibility. So yes, so I can make two connections between today's talk and the talks in the past 2 days. For example, our discussion now is actually connected to private sector topic. And in that topic, in that discussion, I think we got a lot discussion about how small and medium-sized enterprises should be promoted to growth. I think digital trade is one of the channels that we can do that. For example, if we think about large corporations, they have their annual reports, so banks will look at the annual report before they decide whether or not I can lend you some loans to support your international transaction trade. However, if we have digital trade, and that is really inclusive in terms of the small and the medium-sized enterprises, even the mini-sized SMEs, because in this case, banks do not like, we do not need the banks probably. It's a fintech, P2P, mobile, and all types of this, let's say this type of I do not know whether we call this informal, but this type of financing. So you look at per transaction rather than the whole accounting history. So therefore, there is no asymmetric information problem, or there is, but it's less severe with this digital financing. So I think it is inclusive. You do not need to really look at the history of financing, so that released the financial constraints faced by the small and medium-sized enterprises. And in addition to that, because yesterday we were talking about to build up a data set, data hub. So in this case, you know whom they are doing the transaction with. You know what kind of product that the small and medium-sized enterprises are trading with their partners, and you know who has provided their financing for the trade, for the case by case. So I think this is all good thing, right? And this is the first connection with that section. My second connection is between this discussion and what is that? Industry policy session. So this is all relevant because we are talking about digital trade, digitalization, but African's economic structure is different from advanced economies, for example. So digital trade is more convenient, let's say, for service, education, and this type of, you can just do this very quickly. But African countries, you need manufacturing, in my view. So how do we use this digital trade or AI, all these type of things to promote the development of manufacturing sector and to promote industrialization, because this is something that can keep Africa going in a sustainable way. So that's the question that I was asked yesterday, listening to that industrial policy session. So this is all down to the industry policies, which sector that you are promoting, how do you do that, and to combine this with the digital transaction, digital trade. That's the opportunities here.
All right, thank you, Prof. And then just quickly over to you, Alison, just so you can send us into the Q&A session. How do you think evidence-based regulation can support a more equitable digital economy that protects vulnerable populations against algorithmic bias, digital exclusion, and exploitative data practices?
Hanani, thank you so much for that question, and I will get it. I wondered if I could just comment on a few of the comments that have been made as I run up to that. Okay. So I just wanted to say I think it's really important that we move from the narrative that we have to look to the US and we have to look to the EU. I think there are obviously lessons to be learned. I think it's important that we look at all environments. I think it's really strange that we're not keeping China in that narrative because China's all over the continent, it's very effective. I think it's doing some extraordinary investments. But I also think in the area of digital ID, for example, there's some very concerning things for democratic countries around surveillance, around getting the merit system with your ID package and those sorts of things. But I do think this is the geopolitics that we should be considering. I think within the context of the G20 again, the support for multilateralism in the face of it being unbundled by, or just ended, SDGs, WTO, everything by Trump. It's important that that commitment from the BRICS countries, from the last emerging economy G20 presidencies, is not unconditional. It's supporting of the UN system with significant reforms. The security architecture, the financial architecture cannot continue as they are. And they know, they're in crisis. And so there has to be these significant reforms. And this is also true for the digital environment. We are very active within the Global Digital Compact. We've had, we sit in very strategic positions within the ITU and the WSIS 20. Zambia was co-chair of the GDC. Kenya was co-chair of the WSIS Plus 20 review. So, it's Africa looking at those examples, but the African narrative should be about this continent building that you spoke about before, how we get this rest, how we get the inclusion, what evidence base we need for that. And so I did just want to say that some of the critical issues that are in this international agenda at the moment, DPI, AI, obviously, but also what South Africa has made very strongly, the digital inequality aspects of that. So the digital public infrastructures that are being proposed are not just e-services, E+, E on steroids. This is about recognizing that we're in a data-driven economy. This is data decision-making. This is data-integrated infrastructures that allow us to create new forms of public value. If we continue to treat this like e-services, we may get efficiencies, and we may get automation that allows for the reduction of staff or something. And so you look on your books, your finance, your treasurer will be like, oh, great, we've introduced, we've got all these cuts on medicines and on doctors and things, but it doesn't look at your public outcomes, your public health outcomes. So we need to frame this all. Our treasuries need to be not measuring the indicators for efficiency and productivity alone, which is important, but looking at the public value outcomes that we need. And so this, I think, is a critical thing of DPI, and I think there has been a response on the continent to this. I'm saying we've got to look at this in the South African in the African context. We've got to look at the political economy of Africa, and we've got to look at the geopolitics of this. And that means that we've got to look at this from an African perspective, and look at how we make it transformative. Because as has been pointed out, it's not inherently transformative. It's got to be made so by being inclusive, by being redistributive, and those kinds of things. So I think this is really an opportunity for us to look at the continent. If we look at what DPI in Europe has become over the period of the Indian presidency, from a very kind of public prior, kind of European Union regulated, but thing, it's turned into the pan-DPI, pan-European DPI policy is new industrial strategy. It's new industrial policy, and it's about sovereignty, collective sovereignty in their case. But in our case, us putting our sovereignty again on the table, and people are being, no, cross-border data, it's kind of like double standards on that. So we're in a very strong position to create a framework, and quite honestly, and I'll end here, quite honestly, like the continental free trade area, only the big countries who are digitalized that are going to be able to be beneficiaries, unless we all kind of step up to this. Likewise, with DPI, we can't see those benefits. Smaller countries are not going to be able to see those benefits of infrastructure, unless we have infrastructure sharing, unless we have harmonized frameworks, unless we have capacity building at a regional scale, and have, pan-African DPI that will really create the robust environment that you're asking for.
Awesome. We just have a few more minutes. So I know I've been asking some pretty structured questions. I've run out of questions. So I just want to put it to the panelists. If you want to make any comments on what you've heard from the other panelists, just quickly, if there are any comments.
Yeah, we talk about the dangers here of the digitalization. That is one thing. The good and bad things. So in Kenya, you don't have a national ID card. When I arrived in Australia 20 years ago, there was a story on TV that the family were missing their mother. It turned out that the police picked up the mother and thought she was drunk, but she was simply dement. They sent back the mother to Indonesia. The family reported her as missing. They gave all the details to the police. They couldn't find the mother anymore. They have no national ID card in Australia. After a year, they watched TV and saw an Australian priest doing voluntary work at a hospital in Indonesia. And said, oh, there is our mother. So they went back to the police and to the newspapers, of course, big scandal. A tragedy for the family, because he didn't have this national ID card. Now, if you also have a national ID card, and if you also have a national medical journal that you can access, you can easily discover if there's an epidemic coming out, there's an outbreak of cholera. And the quicker you can identify it, the easier it is to combat it, and you can solve the problem quickly. All that is good stuff, but it also means that the government can control you in various ways, perhaps. So if you have an authoritarian regime, that could be quite bad for you. So there are good and bad things with these regulation of digitalization, etc. So we have to think about that. And one thing that we've talked about also, and talk about a lot, is the industrialization and manufacturing in Africa. But many firms today, they're not only producing things, they're also selling services. So if you look at the French tire manufacturer, Michelin, or Michelin as you call it, they're not selling tires only, they're selling the services you need if you're a transport company. So if you need to change the tires, Michelin will do it for you. And many companies then, they don't only sell physical products anymore. They sell services. That's a big thing in manufacturing this now, to actually expand your business just from producing stuff to producing a service that is of value for your customers. So when we talk about creating growth, it's not only about manufacturing stuff, it's also about software and services.
Thanks, Prof. Just for interest's sake, are there any questions from the floor? Just to note. Okay, I'll get to you just in a second. Please.
Yeah, for me, I think what I'm hearing is the why has to be crystal clear, the why of the tools. Just the fact that a tool exists does not mean by throwing it at the problem, it will solve it. And therefore, what I'm hearing from just the discussion, including, how we build the digital public infrastructures, the public good of it, is a question of what problem are we trying to solve and what is the best tool for solving that problem, because there are many tools that are out there. But secondly, is this whole aspect of how do we balance organic growth versus speed of change? So a lot of things are changing very fast, but you also want to grow something that is organic, that is responsive to the context. Yet you need to deal with population growth, youth population and all this. I think for me those are two things that I feel. I don't think there's going to be a one solution. There's going to be trade-offs. Sometimes we'll have to give up organic growth to deal with the speed. Sometimes give up speed for organic growth, as it were. Thanks.
Okay. I'll take some questions from the floor now. I'll let the gentleman with the microphones systematically navigate the audience. So we'll take, yeah, please go ahead. So we'll take, let's say, the first 3 questions from this side, and then we'll come over to this side.
Thanks very much for this opportunity. My name is Joshua Jitomobi, an ARC researcher from Ladoke Akitola University of Technology in Nigeria. Reflecting on Professor Robinson's lecture yesterday, I was actually looking at where to classify Africa when it comes to public digital literacy. Definitely we are not innovator. Are we actually early adopter? I don't think so. So, and because of this low public digital literacy, we have issues because it could actually increase vulnerability to exploitation and misinformation. That's a comment I want to make, but my question is, I want the panel to please maybe talk more about area of action for ARC operations. I think it matters so that how can what we are saying actually benefit ARC? Thank you.
Just for interest's sake, it's open to any of the panelists.
Yes, it's open to any of the panelists.
Okay. Who's the second person with the mic? Let me ask, gentlemen, please, can I get the mic up here?
Hello, everyone. My name is Marcy Komen. I'm a researcher and an economist. So my question is to any panelist, really. I'm looking at this discussion from the lens of my day-to-day life. And my mom is she loves TikTok. She loves scrolling TikTok. And I'm so sure there's so many of us here who are into social media. And she maybe, for instance, she comes across a video of Donald Trump talking in Swahili. But we all know it's probably AI, but she doesn't know that. But if I given the same video, I'll be able to know that it's AI generated, right? So what does it tell us? There's an intergenerational gap in understanding AI. And when it comes to data governance, we're talking about policies, we're talking about laws, but are we looking at the context-specific challenges that we are facing. Because in Kenya, so many people from the villages are using social media platforms, and we don't have laws and policies that can help them identify these AI videos and the misinformation and all that. And it can be as simple as having, I know EU is having the digital, what is it called, watermarks. That will help my mother be able to identify that this video is AI. And it could be as easy as conducting capacity building workshops for certain age groups, because I go to many of these AI workshops to be trained and to be able to understand, but all I see are young people. I don't see people with gray hair. So how are we going to bridge that intergenerational gap so that we can ensure that no one is left behind? Another question is on the systems that we use. I can see the theme is building Africa's digital future, leveraging data, AI, and trade. But if we look at the systems we're using, they're not Kenyan, they're not African, right? In my day-to-day life, I use ChatGPT, obviously, and I use DeepSeek. That's Western, that's Eastern. I've not come across, of course, there are some platforms that are Africa-based, but I don't use it, right? And why am I not using it is a question I want answered, because I'd love to see Prof. Bo using an AI from Africa as her primary AI software, right? Meaning, in as much as we are trying to build Africa's digital future, there's a focus on, I don't know, when I'm thinking about infrastructure, and if you ask any Kenyan right now, they're talking about hospitals, they're talking about roads, they're talking about airports, but nobody will come and say, I want to see that digital public infrastructure be at the center of any political conversations, right? Meaning we're not focusing on our own. So in as much as we're trying to leverage data, AI, and all these platforms, can we look at how can we be able to embrace our systems? It's not a problem to use ChatGPT, but of course we should look first at embracing our own before we can embrace others. And I'd love to know what is that disconnect that is preventing Prof. Bo from using, let's say, an AI called Karibu. So that's my question.
Okay, thank you. Can I get the mic up front here, please, to this gentleman here? And then I'll come to this side, and then,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mine is just a small comment. I've been one of the panelists charged to the issue of interoperability of the payment system. I think it's really a very important issue, and what I think also is that we can do something about it instead of just keeping talking about it. I'm here representing the Central Bank of West African State. 2 months ago, which is BCAO, we launched a platform, an interoperable platform, linking the banking system, microfinance, fintech, and electronic money, mobile money operators across our 8 member states. The system has gone live, and it's working very well. And one of the key feature of the system is that we ensure the sovereign, the technological sovereignty, because we developed it fully internally. And then also you have the aspect of the PPP, meaning that it's a platform, but every operator, every participant keep its own kind of system. We just ensure the link between the system to make sure that the instant payment can take place, and also we include the small businesses, the individual. The other aspect is the cost efficiency, and because the system is free, the transaction are free for the individuals. And for the small businesses, we cut the cost very, very hugely, because it's about less than 1% now of the transaction. It's 0.15%. So that's the kind of things, I think, as a central bank, I know that we have a comparative advantage over other central banks because we are a regional central bank. We cover 8 countries. We have a single currency, so we don't have exchange rate issue between us. So that allows us to put in place a system like this, which is actually functioning very well right now. That's just the small contribution I would like to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we've got the 2 questions from the back. Can I have the mic with Prof. Isaac quickly?
Sorry, I have the mic. I'm here.
Sorry. Okay, yes, please go ahead.
So thank you very much. So my question is to Dr. Wairagala, who has mentioned about policies which Africa is coming up with, and there are a number of them, including the one for African Union. So my question is, what do you need to do to cascade these policies down out to the different agencies in the several countries so that something can actually be worked out? I want to give an example of what I mean by that. So we have talked a lot about digitization. And in digitization, what I find is that you have different repositories of data sitting in different places. About 2 years ago, the president of Estonia actually did come to Kenya. And I discovered that this country is the most digitized country in the whole world. And they have something called X-Road, which is on distributed ledger systems. Why don't we have distributed ledger systems implemented even within the countries where we actually come from? When I actually go to get services from the government, they always ask me for my ID to prove my citizenship. When I actually go to get my driving license, the next time I want it reviewed, they ask me again for my photo. So I ask them, didn't you have my records before? They say, no, we need another one. They also need my fingerprints again. That means that this time which I have used to do something productive, I'm actually using it to do something which is really manual. How can we get these systems to talk to one another? That interoperability. And I believe that distributed ledgers is a good way. There's a country which has developed this. What can we actually learn from them? Secondly, my other question has to do with data sovereignty. We can actually come up with various policies of data sovereignty and to see how they can actually be implemented. But a simple question. I have some friends from other countries, very close here, Uganda. When I actually want to tell them something in their own language, I actually go to ChatGPT and ask it, hey, by the way, how do you say this in Uganda, in Baganda? And then it will tell me, and that's exactly what I'll actually send to them. So who owns that language? Is it the Baganda, or is it the makers of ChatGPT? This year, I actually was with the Japanese team, and one of the things they were doing is they were using AI to work on a language in Kenya that is disappearing, and that language is called Suba, which is, I think, Dr. Allison has also mentioned about this in the situation of South Africa. So, what are we getting by coming up with more and more policies? Isn't it actually time that we actually sit down to act? Because if you ask me, why are we actually preserving this language called Suba? I'm a Kenyan, but I wouldn't be able to tell you that. So the problem of data begins with us actually owning that data. The third question I want to actually ask is, about where I actually work. I work in a university, and I deal a lot with very young people. The young people want these things to happen like now. They don't want tomorrow. And in economics, most of us are economists here, and in economics we say that there is no free lunch. If we cannot get some things sorted out, then we're actually providing incentives for something else actually to work. Young people go into fintech for a good reason. They go to fintech because they realize that things are actually not working. If they go to the bank, they will be asked, okay, can you give us your name, where you're working from, where did you get all this money? But if they go to cryptocurrencies, nobody is going to ask them all those questions. Cryptocurrency like Bitcoin will take about 10 minutes to actually go through. Sometimes you find that on East Africa border trade, it's very difficult to transfer money from one country to the other. It doesn't happen immediately. It takes days. Yet, to transfer money, say, to Europe on SWIFT, it will take something like half a day. On Bitcoin, it takes 10 minutes. Why are we not implementing all these things right now? We are talking about policies and more policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Professor. Sorry, I have to say this will be the last question, unfortunately, but the panelists are going to be available after this, so please feel free to approach them with any of your questions. We just have to break for lunch in a few minutes. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. This is a wonderful discussion. One issue which may be more relevant actually for the next panel discussion, but it would be nice to raise it here as well, that we haven't really talked a lot about, is the issue of competition policy. We face, it's a cascade, right? We start with infrastructure. Infrastructure, we're talking about mobile telephony. It's as simple as that, initially, unless we move to fiber optics. But we're really talking about competition in mobile telephony. On that infrastructure, we not only have mobile telephony, but on that infrastructure now we have fintech, right? And we're moving towards AI. And we haven't talked about competition policy, but competition policy is already an area where we have a lot of competence, right? And it's important. Why is it important? Because dominance and monopolization starts at the infrastructure level. Okay? Reading about the history of Safaricom is extremely interesting. Of course, M-Pesa is a big disruptor. M-Pesa is a very important leader, all right? But you read about the past of Safaricom and you read about how Safaricom was able to establish dominance in the mobile telephony thanks to its political connections, for example. Right? Efforts to introduce number portability was delayed. Efforts to introduce regulation of interconnection rates was delayed. And once this happened, it's the same exact thing happened in Turkey. Once you allow one of the operators to establish themselves, network effects start working in, and then it becomes extremely difficult to break that monopoly, to break that dominance. It's not a monopoly, but it's a dominance. Okay, so one of the agenda really should also, and now M-Pesa, from what I understand, is resisting full interoperability of its services, which is why we have dominance, continued dominance in mobile payment systems as well. So it cascades, right? So one of the things that should join the agenda is really strengthening competition agencies, and there are good examples here. Strengthening competition agencies, challenging them to be more owning of their duty. Okay, introducing more transparency into why they do some things and why they don't do other things. Introduce more transparency into how they manage complaints. Okay. And force them to have a bigger advocacy role. Because competition policy is not just about preventing monopolization or preventing collusion. It's also advocacy, which means informing the public about what's happening in other policy fields, for example, in fintech, which is the primary responsibility of the central bank, but it has a very, very important competition element. It's a comment, but maybe it's also a question for the participants. Maybe they would like to answer.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm just going to open up to the panelists. Feel free to answer any question you heard, or if there was one that was directed at you, please address it. I'm going to ask you to please keep it below
short.
2 minutes,
Yeah.
very short,
Yeah.
so that we can get for lunch.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So it's easier to start with me. I'm answering the question for competition policies. So I do understand the issue here. So look at this market, probably Africa. You can probably say some Chinese firms are dominating this digital infrastructure construction, and then that will be reflected in the market, who is supplying those networks, etc. But I think that should be a part of the issue that belongs to industry policy. So I think it's the opposite of industry policy. So if you have a proper industry policy, then you probably can solve some issue in terms of the competition. For example, if you know somebody is monopolying the market, then you can set up a proper industry policy targeting that, and to allow local firms to get in and to participate in the supply chain. And that's my short answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Anyone? Yeah, please go ahead.
You want to go? Okay, thanks. So the question about local innovations.
Localization, I think this is very clearly stated in the African Union Data Policy Framework, which works through a lot of these things by showing that your data in and of itself has no value. It's a classic public good in that sense, non-rivalrous. It can be non-excludable if you make it so through open data, etc. And so, unless you're going to do something with it, expressing your sovereignty might mean that means that you've got choices. So you can say, actually, I'm going to leverage this data ownership that I have by brokeraging it with a big tech player, or I'm going to get compute in exchange for my data, or I'm going to do a lot of things. So that's what data sovereignty is about. It's just not narrowly kind of holding it and doing nothing with it. And I'm sure many of you appreciate that entirely. But I think it is critical to a lot of the models that we're looking at. And I just wanted to say, in terms of the language and data sovereignty that you spoke about, this is a really important issue for the continent, because the big tech foundational models and various things, obviously lots of very sophisticated translation going right back to Google Translate. As somebody was pointing out earlier, do not do as effectively as a locally produced local language model done by people who speak that language. There's incredible work going on with the Masakani Hub with enormous potential, and I think many of you know about that. Just in terms of the interoperability question, of course happening at so many layers, and absolutely take that point of people being just exhausted by policy upon policy upon policy. But I do think there's a critical opportunity here, there's a critical window here in terms of what's happening globally and what's happening on the continent. Of course, the problem is that we're only a union in the sense, in a very narrow legal sense. So a lot of these things are difficult to enforce. But we do have policies that are now being actively implemented. So with the data policy framework, there's an actual implementation plan that's being rolled out across various countries who've requested this policy. But it doesn't work on its own. Until the whatever Pan-African payments and settlement systems is in place, you're not going to get your DPIs to work effectively. And quite honestly, until we trust each other enough to have people mobility, the whole system doesn't work. We might as well give up until Nigeria and South Africa can actually have a non-visa and a common passport. I mean, this conversation's just a little bit naive. I just want to say one point about competition, and then I will stop. Because I think there's a big question of, now where you've got a major dominance over our existing dominant operators who have been ineffectually regulated. And so they've created this, virtuous cycle of affordability and churn and players. But I think there's some interesting things happening on the continent. There is a a common competition authority, what's it called, Hanani, of competition authorities, and they are looking at digital markets. And South Africa's done a very interesting, very simple, very effective regulation on Google recently, making them pay for data that they're extracting from media houses. I think with the information integrity question at the heart of a lot of this, we've seen how important it is that we keep in the minimal intermittent media that we have on the continent going. And I think there's a lot more of these examples. It's going to be obviously a lot more complicated with some of the bigger markets that we're looking at and stuff. This is quite a tangible assessment of value. I think it's going to become increasingly difficult, but I think, again, collective responses to that so that this can actually apply not just across South Africa, but across broader digital markets is an exciting way to go.
Thanks. And for me, because I come also from a space where, the end goal is really how we influence service delivery. I think moving forward and listening to some of the questions, I think there's lots of room to support spaces where we can test ideas. A lot of the labs that we depend on to generate a lot of these ideas are not necessarily even based on the continent. And I think, especially for policymakers in the room, this is a space of investment that has to be from a long-term perspective, because labs do not give you results that you expect. You go in to test. You may come up with what you expected, you may come up with something completely new. And I think, but more importantly, is spaces that also try to tie those solutions to actual context problems, which then will mean that even within one country, there might not necessarily be one solution for the same problem, because it manifests in different ways in different spaces. And perhaps one of the ways is to put this now, Kenya is trying the Konza City idea, basically as a special economic zone, where even there are tax rebates, there's special provision in terms of cost of electricity, cost of data, because all these things are things that drive, cost of hosting, for a period of time, so that then we can be able to. But lastly, perhaps we are engaging in this conversation when it's already too late. What about investing in earlier stages of our education system, where these things then become inculcated? I look at how primary education, for instance, in most of our countries is still being run. It's far from digital. Yet these kids are dealing with digital stuff at home, but when they come to school, it's back to analog. And that goes back even to teacher training, how we train our teachers and instructors. Because that has an implication of what kind of people then, human capital you then generate that then drives this kind of agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From us here on stage, that is all we have for you today. Please, let's keep the conversation going. The panelists will be around during lunch and during some of the breaks. So if you still have questions, please feel free to approach them and pose your questions. I think we're going to break for lunch right about now, so I'll hand over to the MC for the next instructions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. That was very efficient. We've ended the session right on time. I would like to request you to gift the rest of the panelists at least something, a token of appreciation. A photographer? Just in the middle there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The name is Wisdom Akbalu. I'm a professor of economics at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. I also direct a center called Environment for Development Ghana, and then currently appointed as the chair of the Ghana's Fisheries Commission board. So it's very nice to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandra Kuchiriza. I'm from Uganda. I work with Her Internet, and Her Internet's work is at the intersection of technology, gender, and feminism. So our work really centers human rights and values and people-centered designs in tech. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry, wow. I think I'm used to morning sessions. Nevertheless, good afternoon. My name is Oscar Otieno, Deputy Data Commissioner. I'm representing Immaculate Kasait. So I work for the Office of the Data Protection Commission. So this is a government agency with the sole mandate of regulating the processing of personal data. So the way we are here in this room, we are generating lots of personal data. Whoever picks it up and uses it, we have to regulate that space. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Chair. Thank you very much, my panelists. We are actually continuing a conversation that started this morning. And we acknowledge the fact that Africa is accelerating digital transformation, and that is reshaping economies. I think here in Kenya, we are in the heart of almost a cashless economy. When I first moved to Nairobi, I was struggling to get along because every time I give cash, I don't get anything back in change. So the digital economy is here in many forms. And it's transforming not just economies, but also markets, as well as public institutions. And that opens new pathways for productivity, transparency, regional integration, governance, medicine, education, a whole range of array of space. From mobile financial services, as well as to e-commerce. And we talk about a digital platform for the private sector the other day. I think this development will also impact on that, and we need to think about, therefore, a range of issues, including issues around regulation, digital poverty, probably, because some people will be left behind if we don't have the supportive infrastructure to ensure that people have access to these digital platforms, and meaning that things like data should not be too expensive, so that you can be able to access your info on your mobile device. And so, as we speak, the digital landscape still remains relatively unregulated, and therefore, we need to think through how we can do this. I met a couple of colleagues sometime back, maybe a year ago, or was it last year, or this year, Abby, when you guys organized this thing with ODI and SOAS, and there was a lot of talk about, for example, central bank digital currency. So the change that's happening in relations to the digital economy transcends personal spaces as well as public spaces, but it has, as I said earlier on, implications for public policy, and in that also how the private sector may be included in the conversation and so on. So I'm gonna go around and ask colleagues, my very esteemed panelists, to give their reflections on this trend. And I will start with Sandra, if you don't mind. So for you, Sandra, how can digital regulatory frameworks better protect women and marginalized groups from online harms while still supporting digital innovation and participation.
Thank you very much. And I'll borrow a phrase that I heard from my colleague shortly before our panel started, that I am a terrible economist. So talking about economics is going to be interesting. However, I come with a wealth of knowledge from data governance, and so I'm going to merge my expertise in that to be able to respond effectively. So digital regulation is also a big conversation in spaces I've been at, for example, the Internet Governance Forums, for example, Forum for Internet Freedoms in Africa that was held in Namibia, I think last month. And conversations around what regulation for the internet look like have come up time and time again. And so I'm really happy that even at this summit, we dedicated a whole day just to data governance. Now, I'll talk about, first and foremost, the principles that we need to think about if we are to start talking about digital regulation, yeah? First and foremost, the laws and regulations must take into account the lived realities of those for whom it's being made, right? So we need to think about laws, not just broadly, but through a gender lens. And oftentimes, when you start talking about gender sensitivity within programming, people say, it's the feminists talking. But no, it's not the feminists talking. We know that women experience disproportionate cases of violence online, right? We know that in the grand scheme of things, statistics have showed that 1 in 3 women experience some sort of violence in digital platforms. And so even when you're thinking about digital regulation, this needs to be considered. Differential harms that women face, barriers in reporting that women face, and other vulnerable groups, of course, barriers in reporting due to systemic structures such as capitalism, where a lady has to think about resources before they can even access the police, where they have to think about their own sustainability within their marriage if the husband is not taking care of them, and what that means if they do report about particular violence that they are facing within these digital spaces. So this will avoid the one-size-fits-all in terms of regulation that also, for example, doesn't consider people living with disabilities and accessibility of digital platforms and technologies. Even when you talk about fintech, for example, in fintech, how many fintech startups really consider people with disabilities within their products, you know? And so that leads me to the next step, which is around ensuring that this regulation mandates safety by design and accessibility by design. So right from the start, when our states are talking about regulation of digital platforms, they need to be able to ensure that these frameworks take into account safety by design for the products being created for the people. Secondly, or thirdly, regulation should adopt narrowly defined offenses and remedies. Yeah? What do I mean? When we talk about harms that people face on the online platforms, most of them are broadly defined. Harassment is very broad, right? But regulation or laws or policies that are going to regulate these digital platforms need to ensure that rather than have broad provisions or vague explanations of harm that people face on these platforms, that it is narrowly defined. If we're talking about non-consensual sharing of intimate images, it needs to be defined even within the regulatory frameworks. And not just the offense, but also the remedy. What does dealing with perpetrators look like, right? And the good thing that we are having this conversation within the 16 days of activism against violence against women and girls. And this year's theme is around uniting to end digital violence. So even as we think about regulation of digital frameworks, we need to think about the violence aspect and how to ensure that it is remedied within that. Regulation also should be able to mandate transparency and due process that platforms use to take into account harms. So I'll give an example. There is a lady that came to her internet for support who was running a small online business on Instagram. And so, you know, Instagram, online businesses that are run on Instagram are not regulated, not in Uganda at least. So there is no taxation, there is no, you know, enforcement of prices and so on and so forth. But now, this lady whose business was thriving on Instagram despite the non-regulation faced a challenge of competitors reporting her account to the platform, which resulted in her account being suspended. Now, the report was made from the angle of that she's selling counterfeit products. Let me define the counterfeit products reported here. It was about bags that are labeled Gucci, for example, that we know are not really officially Gucci products. Socks that are labeled Nike, that we know you did not purchase from Nike as a company, right? Because we have great trade relationships with China, and these products are in China at a subsidized cost compared to buying them from the official companies. And so this was a loophole that competitors used to report her account, her business page on Instagram, and it was suspended, which led to her losing her livelihood. And so when you talk about regulation, all these things and these nuances need to mean that are contextual to our lived realities. Last but not least, regulation needs to ensure that frameworks. So we can't, and we had a great discussion at lunchtime with my, I don't know if there are some of us in the room who watched a documentary that came out that affecting Ugandan women. So I'm based in Uganda, and so my context is really, my perspective is really from Uganda. Sex trafficking, that is not the issue here. My point is, the perpetrators who are responsible for this sex trafficking ring in Dubai claimed on camera, on BBC cameras, claimed that they had access to the database, the national database for registration. So where we also come in strongly around who has access to this information and for what purposes. So that's why we are saying data protection remedies and access to justice. For example, fairer content model and ensuring that evidence is kept for future use. Since disappears, you don't
more adaptable, more agile. We also listen to what is actually happening. At the moment, like the institution that I work for, I work with a public think tank, KIPRA. So what do you do if I come up with what we call policy surveillance tools? So policy surveillance tools, they help you to scan around what is happening, the changes that you see, so that in case there is anything that need to be done in the law or in the policy, they actually become the source of the data or the information that actually going to drive those changes. So I think that's having a dynamic way of making policies and also implementation. I think it's also very key for you to have more flexible and more responsive policies and laws. Now the other bit is very key. So just ensure that we are relying on data-driven decisions. So if it's a law that we are making, or if it's a policy that we are making, that objective and very important. Now, once we have come up with policies and laws, I think it's also important to also think about the institutions that are going to drive the implementation of not just implementation, but also even the review and implementation of these policies and laws. So having institutions that have independence. So think about connected to the policies and laws that we are coming up with. So other than that, it's also very important also to think about even providing resources, because we can create institutions, but if these institutions are also not well facilitated, giving resources, building capacity to the staff, we're also serving in these institutions. I think this is also very key, so that we are able now to bring that institutional reform that we need to have effective implementation of the policies and laws that we have. Now, very key also is to think about embracing accountability and transparency. Over time, I think in the continent, we have not been in the good books when it comes to issues of accountability and transparency. So if we can still be able to work towards making our processes to be more transparent, to be more accountable, then definitely it means that we are working towards winning the trust of the people, of the users, of the ecosystem that we are in. So I think this is very important also to think about, enhancing and also improving our transparency and also accountability in the best way possible. Of course, also there are also other things that we also need to think about, and more particularly, especially if it's, we all know in the public policies, we are dealing with both public and private institutions. Now, think about when we've seen it many times, when a decision is being made, or even the implementation of a policy, if things are also not very clear, you find a lot of confusion. You find public agency A, public agency B actually contradicting each other in terms of implementation or providing a clear direction of how that aspect or intervention is going to be carried out. So, of course, what I've been seeing of late is what you're calling the whole government approach, where government is just seen as one making that decision. So what that means is that if there are ministries involved, if there are also agencies, the agencies, the county governments, all these agencies are actually just seen as one. So they're all going to speak from one voice. And I think I think we've seen the results of this, and we're able to eliminate any duplication or any confusion, especially for when you're actually making in a decision towards providing a policy direction to some issues. So I think these are the key ones that I just want to note. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Humphreys. So let me turn to you, Prof. So what economic risks arise when digital technologies expand faster than regulatory frameworks, especially in relations to cybersecurity, taxation, as well as labor markets?
Okay, thank you, the Chair. I think we just have to embrace the fact that digital, the digital technology is only going to grow. It's not going to diminish, and we have to live with it. First of all, we all know that there is potential for huge job creation, revenue generation within the continent. The digital economy, from the statistics, is valued at nearly $120 billion a year on the continent. And gig jobs alone is about $6 to $8 million dollars a year. Sorry, that a year. And there are so many benefits that we can potentially generate from the digital economy. But then we also have to appreciate the fact that if the regulatory framework, if the laws are not moving as fast as the explosions within the digital space, we have something we call market failures. Market will fail because the developers of these products, those operating outside of the existing regulations, may have more information than those, than governments. And if parties have more information, they can use that information to their advantage. So you can have situations of cyber crimes, for example, which is costing the continent about $3 to $4 billion a year. Although we all know that the digital economy will create jobs and is creating a lot of jobs, these jobs, most of them may not be stable jobs, like the gig economy jobs may not be stable, which means that people may gain jobs and lose them. And for most of these jobs, it will be very difficult for governments to be able to generate taxes as they do from regular employment. And these jobs are also going to displace most people who are in regular employment and paying taxes. So we expect that tax revenues are going to decline as a result of the revolution within the digital space. And also, although the net effect in terms of job creation has been shown to be positive, this is not going to be evenly distributed across space. So there will be winners at the level of nations, and some countries may not gain as much. And in terms of, like, we talked about employment, that, well, there will be some employment generated, but this employment, some of them may not be permanent. It will be mostly employment within the gig economy space. And obviously, as we said, the tax revenues are also likely to be impacted if you don't have proper regulations to control and tax some of these economic activities that are generated within the digital economy. So these are issues I believe we have to be wary about, and make sure that our legal framework and legal processes are dynamic enough. And as we heard this morning, the nature of the digital economy is such that we will always have the development, the innovations within the digital space running ahead of our regulations. So we cannot have a situation where, so we have to anticipate that. We have to make sure that our regulations are flexible and are adaptive, so that even if issues come up and there are no regulations to deal with them, we have anticipated that, so it's not difficult for us to at least take care of them within the framework that we may have. So I think these are some of the key issues that I would like to talk to as regards the challenges with regards to employment, the impact of employment, tax revenues, etc.
Thank you very much, Prof. So, Oscar, I'll come back to you now. And what key lessons then can African countries draw from Kenya's experience in implementing data protection regime, particularly around enforcement and public trust?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that question. And also thank you, I didn't mention that at Office of the Data Protection Commission, I'm the head of investigations and enforcement. So when you ask about key experiences that other African can learn on the data protection regime in Kenya, there's quite a lot. First and foremost, I would want to say that I would wish to talk about the independence of the office. For any regulatory agency, those agencies really need to be led to perform their key roles, their key mandate, so much such that there shouldn't be any level of interference from the government, because now when from the mainstream government, and then that I mean the ministries and all that, because the moment there is any kind of interference, especially within the executive, then the confidence really goes down. So data protection authorities, like in the Kenyan space or sector, what other African data protection agencies may learn from is when they are being set up, because majority of them are new. The Kenyan one has just turned 5 years. There's a lot that we've done. But the independence, I think, is something that comes out so very top of my mind, because when you are going out there and you are auditing systems, you are doing compliance audits, it's really expected that as any auditor, you really need to observe independence, because there's no auditor that will work to any enterprise and that auditor maybe is close to the executive board and all that. So that independence is very important when doing those compliance audits. When you find, including auditing the government, because government is one of the biggest users and collectors of data, from Kipra all the way to what we've had Sandra saying in Uganda, that a database that collects IDs and passports is being breached. So it means that if you are a data protection agency and you want to go and audit this breach, then you need to be really independent, look at what happened, and in the event that you need to issue an enforcement notice, you really don't need to feel like you need to report to somebody and tell them that this is what we have found out. There's an enforcement notice that needs to be issued against government, because basically an enforcement notice then means that we have found you culpable and these are the measures that you need to put in place. So kindly do the same. If you wanted to even penalize, because when the law and the data protection laws across Africa, I've looked at so many, when they have been drafted, they basically say that any data controller or data processor, including both government and private, who does not comply with an enforcement notice, then a penalty notices may be issued against them. So you should go out and do your work knowing that maybe there was something that didn't go on well. Even like in the Kenyan regime, there is what we call the compensation orders. If you find out that the data controller has not followed the required regulations as per the law, then again you can, and a data subject was infringed, you can order for compensation orders to that data subject. Some of also the key lessons that we Africans can learn maybe from the Kenyan regime is, and this one, my boss, Madam Immaculate Kasait, has always been telling us, is that when you have a new piece of law and you want to go out and implement it, the first and foremost thing is to make sure that you try and drive the agenda of compliance. Before you go there with the stick, running around, chasing every other person to comply with the law, try and bring in some level of compliance. So do that awareness, talk to them, let them know and understand. So basically this regime has really been focusing on compliance more than enforcement. So that's something we can really learn on. And again, because data privacy cuts across various sectors, including, I've mentioned government, including health, education, banking, telcos, and all that. One then needs to pick out the pain points when you are really starting off, so that you can then now say that the financial services sector is where we have a lot of issues when it comes to data privacy. And you can now develop like some draft guidance notes or guidelines. You call stakeholders in a room like this, then bring in this topic and you discuss issues of data privacy within that sector. So those are really basically sector-specific guidance notes within a specific sector that you can bring in and want to work with the stakeholders instead of maybe going and saying that you are the government, the law is here, regulation is here, now I'm doing guidance notes, this is it, comply or don't comply. I think working together in a more collaborative manner brings in a lot of compliance in terms of data privacy, and again awareness creation programs, because really it's something that could be new to so many people. It's really good first to, before going out and enforcing it with all the tools that you've been given, work with them with the journey, tell them what it's all about, getting forums like these, seminars and all that, telling them what the do's, the don'ts, what they need to basically do to comply with the law. And then again, something that has really worked out for us in terms of enforcement is a risk-based enforcement, because I did mention that these data privacy cuts across various sectors. I think it's just good to map out the areas that you feel like they are the most painful areas, within the entire sector. So if you find that the sector, maybe there's a lot of misuse of economic data within government, then that's the area that then you need to focus all your efforts in, because any government institution, majority, let me say, are really not so well resourced in terms of human capacity. So there's no need of concentrating your effort on less risk-based areas. So it's good to concentrate on risk-based areas in terms of your enforcement. And again, something that has really worked out so well that other African countries can borrow on the data protection regime in Kenya is the need of collaboration. As Humphrey has said, for a long time we have been working in silos. You pick your mandate and run with it. You say, I'm the tax collector, I will run with it. I am regulating the financial services, run with it. But then now the conversations are changing. We're now having these conversations of talking about multi-agency approach to solving issues we are talking about collaborations. So now, as data protection regime being a secondary regulatory services to most industries, there is then that need to collaborate with the primary regulators, so much such that if it's an issue within the financial services sector, if you get an uncompliant financial service actor, then it's good that you work, for example, in Kenya, then you work with the Central Bank of Kenya, something that has really helped us in managing to control the digital credit providers, which has really been an issue. So working with CBK and making sure that before they are even licensed with CBK, then they must have passed through Office of Data Protection to be registered. So that really works out well. And also making sure that compliance in terms of government, you can't talk about compliance, and you're leaving out government. So we have one thing that they can be borrowed is how we have collaborated with government agencies, working with them whenever they are doing any systems. Look at universal health coverage. A good example is the farmer subsidy program, which they are collecting over 7.1 million farmers records. So whenever such government initiatives are being rolled out, we work with the government and ensure that there is compliance in terms of carrying out data protection impact assessment for these systems, carrying out audits and all that. And then maybe lastly, also something that can be borrowed from this regime is regional cooperation. And we've really tried to see how we can work together within regionally. And maybe, Sandra, there's something that we've worked on with it's called PDPO of Uganda, the Personal Data Protection Office. We've recently just concluded a case that was cutting across a bank that is headquarters in Kenya and has a subsidiary in Uganda. So you find like there's a lot of mix-up of data within Kenyans, within their core banking system. So those regional collaborations are also maybe areas that can be borrowed from in terms of implementing the data privacy regime. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Oscar. So, Prof, how can African governments use the digital regulation to promote domestic entrepreneurship and protect local markets from digital exploitation?
Thank you very much. So as I indicated, when you have regulatory frameworks running behind developments in the digital transformation space, there is obviously market failure, which then leads to uncertainty and risks. So by having the right form of regulations, you reduce that uncertainty and risks, which makes it easier for people to engage in all kinds of business activities. And I believe that so what it will also obviously lead to promotion of investments in skills and training, and knowledge products are also secured, because if people develop products, innovations, without proper regulations, those products are unlikely to be secured, and we see people basically capitalizing on those market failures and taking advantage of products that have been created by others. So it will also create some security even in the labor market, because if there are regulations, those who are perhaps in regular employment or those who are in traditional employment and paying taxes, they may face the same conditions as those who may be in the gig economy, who are now maybe through the proper regulations are also going to be paying taxes. So you equalize benefit across space, and that might be good for everyone. And that may also maybe provide some guarantee even in employment, because if there is proper regulation and there is less exploitation, then the labor market will be impacted, or individuals who are operating within the labor market will also have some security. And even the entire financial market, people who benefit from services or who patronize services of services related to the digital economy space will also have some form of security. A typical example, in Ghana, and I believe it happens everywhere, there are rampant instances of people getting defrauded through these mobile money exchanges. And then when you follow up trying to find out why those who are engaging in these fraudulent activities cannot be easily apprehended and prosecuted, you find out that usually there are some gaps within our legislative processes that makes it harder for people to be apprehended and prosecuted. And then you realize that because of that, of course, if the risk of getting punished and the severity of punishment is low, people find it profitable to engage in all kinds of illegal activities. So with a proper legislative framework, this is likely to minimize all these activities and also provide some assurance for people who are operating within this space. And this can lead to encouraging more and more people to engage in all forms of entrepreneurship, not only entrepreneurship related to the digital space, but all forms of entrepreneurship. And then this can provide secure jobs and generate revenue for government and all that. So I think there is a huge potential. Again, the digital economy space will be expanding. We see the revolution coming. But then we need to be up and doing. We need to have the proper regulatory framework. We have to have the proper laws to be able to regulate it so that those who end up operating in that market, either directly or indirectly, will feel secured and then feel secured and be productive, and all this will add to the prosperity of our economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So, Humphreys, in the light of the comment from Wisdom, how can governments effectively then align national digital strategies with broader economic transformation goals, including job creation, productivity, issues around tax efficiency, access to public services, and all of those things?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I think one thing that is very clear, that no one actually disputes the benefits that digital transformation actually brings to a country. You can now imagine, issues that actually we've had in the past. I think nowadays with the digital, transformation or with the digital technologies, we have a better way to tackle them. Now, I'm just trying to reflect on, on how government can actually, or how governments can align themselves so that they're able to apply digital technologies so that they're able to address their national development priorities. So I think one thing is a vision has to be there. So a vision, a clear vision has to be well, documented, and the same also, bought by everyone in that space, so that as a country or as a nation, everyone is actually working towards that direction. So vision is very key. And how do we build a vision, a common vision, in this space of a digital transformation? What I've seen working quite well is, a country can actually come up with a national digital master plan. For instance, here in Kenya, we have a national digital master plan for that runs from 2022 to 2032, documenting the journey that the sector, or actually how the digital technologies are going to be adopted, to be implemented, to drive the economic growth, and all that. Of course, also here, it means also that if you also have vision, you're also developing a clear way of monitoring and also evaluating your progress, so that every effort that you're also making is also, it remains accountable, so that it's all helping to contribute towards your vision. I think that's very key. And by having even a vision, it becomes the basis of even for politicians to, build their manifestos on, for sectors also to align themselves with this vision that the country has actually developed. So as you feel vision becomes actually the key thing for a country to be able to align itself towards addressing its developmental priorities. So other than that, I think there are also additional areas of concerns that also need to be looked at. So second thing, and I think this is also touching to what my colleague Oscar has mentioned about governance, structure. So it's one thing to have a vision, and it's a different thing also to seeing this vision being implemented. So by having a governance framework that is actually well structured, has mechanisms to help in rolling out the vision. So, and this can only be, once you have maybe the institutions, you have also accompanying procedures, policies, and laws that are also helping to really ensure that you're able to build strong digital economy. Now, again, think about also again even monitoring evaluation units. I think this is also going to help in enhancing, governance of governance, and also the same thing also the implementation of the vision. Other than that, investment has to accompany this. So vision is there, we have governance, but also investment also has to accompany this. So investment, this is where resources are going to be channeled. So you need to attract the investors. So when I think, when I look at what is actually happening in the region or in the continent, so across all these digital master plans and strategies, one thing that is very clear across all these, the foundation pillars, is the investment, resources, drawing resources, attracting resources, and again also ensuring that there's you're also, and resources, when I mean resources, I'm talking about skills. I also mean capital. I also mean machinery, the equipment that are also going to help towards meeting these developmental goals that a country has. So other than that, I also feel that issues to do with skills, very key. Building digital skills is very key. So a clear vision also need to be accompanied by adequate, manpower. So earlier on in the morning, we talked about localizing, developing local solutions, developing local products. And how well do we do this other than to think of investing and and building local capacity to do so. So what I've seen the government doing is to work with ministries of education and the institutions of learning, so that we are able to nurture skills early enough. And I think, for instance, here in Kenya, we have introduced a new system, the CBE, that is a curriculum-based education system, where kids or children are able to specialize early enough in the early education system. So I look at myself when I was actually growing up. It's very unfortunate that I was not able to specialize, just like what I'm seeing happening today. You find that now, with current system, kids are able to really to know what they need to be in future and start nurturing those skills early enough. And I think this is it's a key thing that actually government's actually doing towards aligning the digital transformation agenda in addressing the national priorities and all that. Of course, also there are also other things that I think I will also not mention. Collaboration, very key. So collaboration, in particular, attracting the private actors. So this space of a digital public infrastructure is actually capital intensive. You need a lot of resources, even to put up an infrastructure. So attracting and providing incentives to the private actors, it becomes a very innovative way of financing infrastructure that we have in our country. So I think there are a lot of things that actually governments are doing, but the journey is quite long, but there is a very bright future ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You anticipated what I was about to ask Oscar. So we know that there is need for regulation. We have talked about the benefits, as well as the risk. But my sense is that it's a tightrope for government and all those concerned. But we also need to think about issues around innovation. So my question to you, Oscar, is how can regulators balance fintech innovation, AI adoption, and digital public services with the need for strong data privacy safeguards?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And first of all, I would wish to start by debunking the notion that has been around that governments are there to stifle innovation. No, not at all. Governments are there to provide an enabling environment for innovation to thrive and all that. And as you've heard Prof saying, with innovation, with new technologies like AI, new solutions are coming into the workplace, then more jobs are being created. And that's really what the government aims at doing. So in terms of balancing that act, in regulating, and again on the other end, encouraging innovation, there are lots that the governments can do. And first of all, what really mulls around my mind quickly is the issue of sandboxing. Sandboxing really provides a very good regulatory space where innovation can thrive, innovation can be nurtured into. So private sector out there can go out, innovate those very good AI solutions, then bring them and have a conversation with government in an open manner. It's not the time that you go under and try and come up with a solution and then you say that there you are, you splash it. No, that's now when you will run into trouble with the most regulators. But if you can come up and say that I have this new solution, this is how it is working, then it can be put up in a controlled environment with controlled usage, just to look at what it's really doing and understanding and give you the go-ahead. I know in Kenya, there is an already mature regulatory sandbox on by the Capital Markets Authority, CMA, focusing on fintechs. I know that the Communications Authority have tried to come up with some sandbox that is basically on communication sector and all that. There is one that is also the Insurance Regulatory Authority on InsurTech. So these are really not to stifle innovation. This is just to encourage innovators to come and let us have that conversation. And I've also been thinking about the same. And it doesn't point to overregulation. We want a solution where if it comes and if we do have that regulatory sandbox on privacy, then we get to know what data you're collecting, how are you processing it. These are the principles. Why are you collecting all this data? Can you minimize this data so much such that by the time you're putting up your product into the market, it's already mature enough to scale up. And then secondly, just within that very same environment, we can also guide innovators to follow some certain principles that they may have overlooked. For example, we have that principle of data protection by design and by default. So it means then that as at the time that you're developing these innovative AI solution, take into account the data privacy issues of those who will be using it and the general public, so that when you're done with it and you're deploying it, it's really smooth sail for you into the market. And as you continue along with it, currently in Kenyan law, I think it's also in the GDPR, which is the European General Data Protection Regulations, it requires that you carry out what we call the data protection impact assessment. And this is 60 days before you take out your product into the market. So this is basically a risk assessment that you do by yourself as the innovator and say that this is the data that I'm going to collect, these are the risks, I may suffer a breach or whatever, and should I suffer, this is how I will mitigate the risks. So that gives you now that framework that you can easily operate in within the space that you're doing your work. And again, how we can also support is once you have gone out live, rolling it out, and maybe it was identified as a high risk AI solution. Maybe you are collecting too much data, farmers' data, or the credit scoring model is it's maybe not so proper. Whatever the solution you have, it is within the various laws, within the regulations that now allows the regulator to carry out compliance audits. Compliance audits may be carried out once a year. So when we are coming out as government and as regulators requesting for you to open up your working environment so that we do a compliance audit, it's really for your benefit. So that should we see that there's something that is amiss, we can quickly point it out before maybe people suffer mass losses and all that. And then maybe last but not least is within the regulatory framework, there are measures that have been put in place to guide these innovative solutions. For example, within the data protection and privacy space, it is within the law and regulations that should you suffer a breach, then you don't need to hide, call your technical person and fix it. You need to report it to government so that the government knows what happened, and these may inform other future innovative solutions, and you don't have all the time. The law says that if you are the one who was collecting that data and determining how you are using that system, then you have 72 hours to report to the regulator, which is the data protection authority. Or if you are processing that data on behalf of somebody else, then you have 48 hours to tell that person whom you are processing that data for. So there is that whole balance between regulation and innovation, which we do encourage. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. So thank you very much. So Sandra, as a follow-up then, what would you consider the most urgent policy gaps affecting digital safety, privacy, rights for vulnerable communities in Africa in the face of the rapidly expanding digital ecosystem? And maybe you can use your experience. What do you think civil society organizations should do to actually shape a more inclusive digital governance framework where communities' voices will be heard and we will all be very happy people?
Heaven is the goal, but happiness, yes. So I think in the previous speakers and everything they've alluded to, we could already see some of the urgent policy gaps. And I think Mr. Oscar here talked a lot about enforcement. And yes, Kenya is leading, at least in the region, in terms of data protection laws and policy regulation. However, there is still weak enforcement of these laws due to a multitude of reasons. Number one is under-resourced. The departments are under-resourced. And under-resourced is not just about finances, but also about human resource who are qualified to work there, etc., etc. And then, of course, also enforcement of these data protection laws is selective, largely selective, and it is selective leaning towards the state. So these data protection laws are great on paper, but when it comes to implementation, it is the state that benefits as opposed to the ordinary citizens, at least in Uganda. And I know also in the region for sure, in Tanzania and elsewhere. And another thing that Oscar also talked about that I would want to reiterate here around why there is weak enforcement of these laws is around the lack of cross-border collaboration. So the lack of cross-border collaboration leaves loopholes that then malicious actors can exploit in terms of weaponizing personal data or, mining data and selling it to other third parties. And I think we've already really talked about cross-border collaboration even in our conversations in the morning. The other urgent policy gap that I can talk about is the under-recognition of online harm. There is serious under-recognition of online harm. There is this notion that what happens online is not real versus what happens offline, but it's really a myth. It's a myth because if you think about your day-to-day life, away from economics and economic growth, if you think about your day-to-day life, where are you existing most of the time? It's online. Either you're working, or you're scrolling through social media, or you're doing a multitude of things with your technology, with the device that you have. And so it's very important for us to recognize online harms, tech-facilitated violence as real violence, which has real-life impacts, because violence and data that we're talking about right now are not disembodied. We like to think that they're disembodied, but no, they go beyond a screen. When you talk about violence, when you talk about online harms, when you talk about issues of data, it's not just something housed somewhere on a screen. It actually impacts someone in real life, you know, offline. It impacts our bodies. When you face online harm, it impacts you at a mental level, emotional level, physical level, so it just doesn't stay on the screen. Therefore, it's very important for us to recognize tech-facilitated violence and other forms of online harm as real harm, to be able to eliminate these gaps in protection and redress. For example, the Resolution 22 of the African Commission around ending all forms of digital violence against women and girls exists, but it's underutilized. I don't even know if many of our countries ratified to that resolution or not, but it's there. It's underutilized, meaning there's an office, at least at the African Commission level, where issues of online harm can be looked into and then spread out to the national level. Then the other policy gap that I'll talk about is around broad and vaguely worded policy documents. So sometimes we have, yes, policies that are in existence around data protection and online safety, but then they are broadly worded in vague definitions. For example, national security. What does national security exactly amount to? For example, when you talk about national security and we are, you know, creating awareness within general society around these laws, how do we define national security? What would be clustered under affecting national security, for example? But because the policies are very widely broaded, it opens these laws up to be misinterpreted depending on who is reading the law. For example, the Computer Misuse Act in Uganda has been misinterpreted to mean that any acts committed behind a keyboard or behind a screen against the government under the guise of national security, which is a very vague definition. And so also, you know, the enforcers of these laws probably don't know any better and therefore misinterpret them, which leads to further persecution of ordinary citizens and also silences dissent. Last but not least, one of the urgent policy gaps that we need to really think about embedding within regulatory frameworks for digital platforms and policies is the weaponization of digital infrastructure by states. Everyone on the continent right now, we know during peak political season, chances are the internet will be shut down in your country. Chances are the internet will be shut down in your country. We've seen this happen in Tanzania recently. Uganda is going into peak political season next month. We are having our general elections, and we anticipate an internet shutdown. But you know, these internet shutdowns are not just to silence dissent politically. People exist online who run businesses. People are connected online. Some people have families out of the country, and so they need to remain connected to their families. They need to work. Some people work remotely and therefore have to continue doing this work. So in a situation where the internet is shut down for a week, for example, what does that mean for people who actually depend on the internet for their livelihoods and other things? And CIPESA, I think Dr. Wakabi spoke in the morning panel, CIPESA has some great resources and research around internet shutdowns and the implication to ordinary citizens, and so I would encourage you to check that out. So even as we think about addressing policy gaps, the state needs to have the political will to acknowledge the harm that they do when they weaponize digital infrastructure to ordinary citizens. So what can CSOs do? Of course, we are here to support the government in ensuring that, that we all enjoy the countries that we belong to. CSOs have a huge role to play in terms of evidence building. So we need to do a lot of evidence building and monitoring through publishing community-driven research, which therefore informs policy, right? It contributes to policy reform and supports advocacy efforts. Years ago in Uganda, and I'm glad this did not spread to the region, because we know Uganda usually leads the harmful practices and then Kenya follows. So years ago, we had social media tax in Uganda, which was called over-the-top tax, OTT. So OTT essentially worked in a way that to access any social media platform, including WhatsApp, including Instagram, Snapchat, name it, you had to pay a daily fee of around some cents, US cents, like 0.5 or something like that, dollars. And this is, it's little money to pay, but there is those people who can't afford to pay that money to therefore access social media. But there was so much evidence and community-driven research around the impact of OTT on people's online businesses and livelihoods that the government was forced to retract that law. And so therefore CSOs have a huge role in playing in terms of contributing to policy reform and supporting advocacy efforts. Then the other thing we can do is contribute to policy drafting processes in country and regionally and globally. We know, again, we know that governments use CSO drafts as a starting point for policy reform because they are well researched, they are well written, the language is diverse, there is perspectives from different people, and so we need to increase our contribution to policy drafting processes instead of just leaving them to parliamentary committees and so on, where our voices are not really captured. Then we also need to participate in multi-stakeholder processes. So we need to sit at policy tables, for example, regulatory consultation, parliamentary committees, different consortiums, different regional bodies working at policy reform at that level so that we can have diverse voices and diverse perspectives represented because CSOs work across a multitude of social justice issues. We also have a huge role to play in capacity strengthening, and I think this came up very clearly around the levels of digital literacy being really low in the region. So we have a role to play in terms of strengthening the capacity of communities and everyday citizens in terms of digital literacy, in terms of online safety, financial literacy, and other cross-cutting issues that are very necessary for us to improve our digital skills and engage in an increasingly digital world. Then we also have a role to play in bringing different actors together. So we need to do more of coalition building because coalition building ensures that voices are amplified and visibility is increased around particular issues. When we bring different actors from different regions, different countries, different languages, different social justice issues, it ensures that we all at the table, we all have strengths that we can leverage on to ensure that policy and protection needs are taken into account. Yeah, thank you.
I can add one more. Accountability. All these guys who put OTT on you to explain why. All right, so Oscar, I think I have one more for you. If you can keep it short and snappy so that we can ask the floor to react. So listening to all the colleagues around the table, certainly issues around cooperation and you seems to be as equally important, particularly as we move towards the African Continental Free Trade Area. How do we implement the digital protocol? What would be the role for regional cooperation mechanisms to make sure that we have harmonized data protection standards across the continent?
Thank you, Chair. That's a question that I usually tend to think and find that it is in the long run, and it's good to think in the long run if you're occupying these spaces, not only the little things that we do on a day-to-day basis. So for us to get that regional harmonized data protection framework, we need to start small, then make the small steps as we grow. And by the small steps, what really quickly comes in my mind is for us to move together and be there at the end of the day is, first of all, each and every country then, 54, some argue there are 55 countries in Africa, we need to then start having those data protection laws and regulations within our various countries. So once we have those, then now, just like any other pieces of regulation, we try and identify what best fits what institutions can then run with the implementation of these laws and regulations that operationalize those laws. That's where now we think of having data protection authorities. And I've seen it across Africa, various jurisdictions have them scattered everywhere. Some are within the ICT authority, some are within Attorney General. I've seen, I think it's in Rwanda that has it under the Ombudsman. Whichever place it is, as long as we have the law, we have the regulations, we have a data protection authority, then that's the best place to start. And then now next we come to the level of thinking about the regional treaties that are there, and I think Sandra mentioned a few. One of them is the Malabo Convention. We have Malabo Convention, which is the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. So once each and every country then put some timelines and an effort towards ratification of these treaties, then those are steps towards the right direction. So once we have these, we now start talking about similar frameworks across Africa. But then before we harmonize at the end of the day, we may also want to come back and look at ourselves within various regional blocks. For example, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, within the East Africa, can we start by harmonizing ourselves within those regional blocks? As ECOWAS does theirs on West Africa, we have SADC down in South Africa. Once we do all that, then it will really be easy to then now harmonize all these across Africa. And one of the tools that we will use that I see can help us in harmonizing these are the regional and Pan-African networks such as the NADPA. NADPA basically is the Network of Africa Data Protection Authorities. If we can have this as an agenda and take it to the AU Secretariat, then this becomes discussed at the AU as an agenda. Then it becomes really easy now to have an harmonized framework within Africa that then now implements the AfTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, digital protocols. I think it's a step-by-step procedure. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, although I'm not a very great fan of photocopying, I would also suggest that you will look at the experience of the EU. I think the EU has done a pretty good job, but that might be applicable to continental Europe. It may not be very relevant to Africa, but there may be things we can draw from there, including the do's and don'ts. But it's something you can think about and check. And of course, I agree the RETs could be the seedlings to this kind of regional and harmonization efforts. So let me turn to my two colleagues on my left. Both of you work in research type environment. So maybe I could ask you, Humphrey, to tell us what do you see as Kipra's role in this scheme of things? And then we can also ask you to tell us what the University of Ghana will put on the table in terms of the research efforts and the input into policy, regulation, and all the other things that will make us all our lives much better as a consequence. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you thank you. Yeah. So I think for me, working in a public think tank for the government, I think there's a very clear role, a critical one, that an institution like Kipra actually plays in this process of policy making and also policy implementation, and more importantly, policy monitoring and policy evaluation. Well, you see, I work in an institution where you get a call from any ministry, any principal secretary, or even the cabinet secretary, or even from the office of the president. They tell you this is what we need. We need a solution. We actually stuck. Things are not moving. And we need an advice that is quality, timely, effective, and has actually to be done, within a very short time. So it's a very challenging environment that we are in. So, but I think as think tank, including private things like ALC, institutions like academia, like Strathmore, we have a unique role in supporting this process. So these are institutions that are actually mandated, created with an agenda of generating evidence. Evidence is very key in this process of making policies, and particularly also to support effective implementation of policies. So, so I find a very clear role for institutions, research, and think tanks and academia in terms of generating evidence, we can actually be trusted, reliable, which has also used, a very thorough methodology to generate it. So I think this is very key. And for instance, I've been driving some research, not academic, but operational research, strategic research, that has actually been very instrumental in drafting some key policy documents in this country, including the data protection policy and the digital master plan. And at the moment, I'm driving the national data policy framework, and I'm also part of the team that is working towards creating the next vision for Kenya, that is Beyond Vision 2030. So there is a very clear role. In terms of even producing independent research, so think tanks are actually entrusted in terms of their thorough methodologies, so they are able to carry out independent research. They are not, they are not influenced by the other actors, and they can actually be able to produce results that can be trusted. And I think we've seen this, for instance, Kipra is actually known for producing independent research that has really shaped, direction of this country. Other than that, I think there is also quite a lot in terms of convening. So think tanks becomes the platform where, ideas are actually shared. And you can see, for instance, we all gathered here under ARC, and we are able to, to give our, to discuss issues, give our own opinions, and and we can actually chart the way forward. So I think it becomes a platform where we have intellectual exchange of ideas, and this is actually, it's a critical input to the process of making policies. So as I move towards the end, there is also, again, I think I also want to say that think tanks also have a clear role in terms of supporting policy, drafting policy recommendations. So many times, actually, we are all called by various agencies, by various entities to support coming up with effective, policy options. When I talk about effective, it means that we must also be having tools that are also helping us to evaluate various policy options. And we can actually tell, the policy maker, please, let's go with this option A and not option B because of these benefits vis-a-vis maybe perhaps the cost and all that. So I think for me, I think there's a very clear role. And in particular also, not just in the formulation, but also even in tracking the monitoring, tracking the activities, the intervention themselves. So, like for instance, Kipra, we are known to have developed a very robust way of monitoring and evaluating public policies. Very good, thank you.
Thank you, the Chair. I think academic institutions, universities have a critical role to play in this process. This morning I was listening to the presentation here, and what came out, which is also something that I associate myself with, is the fact that there is not enough research within this digital space, especially when it comes to trying to unlock the demand side constraints. Why are people not taking advantage of the potential benefits that digital transformation can bring to us? To some extent, we are overly focused on developing products, etc. But when it comes to the use of the products, adoption, and the intensity of use and all that, the extent of use, I think not much social economic research has been done. So I think academia can help by trying to fill that gap. There is also a need for us to invest in research on skills development, because this is a space that is developing very fast, and we need to constantly upgrade the skills of people who are using it, the young ones who want to take it on and develop products. There's a need for skills development, and this is also something that we in academia can contribute to researching and providing some inputs. When it comes to government, I think much of these products, let's say the digital infrastructure, the whole digital economy, digital government, digital skills, much of this requires some public investment. It shouldn't come from just the private sector, or government providing the enabling environment and doing the necessary investment for the industry to actually make progress. But then that will require doing some cost-benefit analysis to determine the extent to which government should invest in these public goods. And this too is an area where I believe academia can take the lead in doing some of this research for government. So academia can support in capacity building, as we've been doing. We train people in all these spaces, and for mostly the private sector. But then what has happened over the years is that we do not train enough, and also when we train, the private sector use these people and pay maybe nothing to the institutions, or do not collaborate very much with academia. So I believe that it is about time for us to forge very strong collaboration between the private sector and the academic institutions in trying to develop skills that are needed within this digital space. Not only developing the skill, but developing skills of the quality that is needed to unlock the potentials within the digital space. So, and then of course, you know, research, capacity building, and academic. Although we are in academia, we also engage a lot in trying to share our knowledge with, you know, decision makers. So academia will also continue to play its role in trying to make our products or whatever knowledge we generate through our academic research to policymakers, to encourage them or to aid them in policy making processes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we have heard a lot from the panel, and maybe we should move back to the floor if there are questions, comments. I don't know, from the organizers, on the program we were supposed to stop at 4. Whether that is still the case, it's still the case. So we have like 14 minutes to that effect. And so if I could get some hands, there's one over here, actually 2 over on the corner, and 1 at the back. So those 3, and then we can move after that.
Thank you. On issue of demand for these technologies, should demand for AI as research assistants by students being discouraged?
And is this directed at any particular individual, or is this across the board?
It's across the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Shell. And thanks the panel for this highly inciting discussion. My first question goes to Sandra. How can children be protected? Because I think it is not just women that are vulnerable. The children are equally vulnerable, because I observe in Nigeria, for instance, there are so many primary, secondary, and even tertiary institutions that will not allow the student or the pupil to use this mobile phone. But that is not general. It's just by the proprietors or the owner or whichever. So is there any law to protect? The second question goes to Wisdom. What is the political economic effects of poorly regulated digital technology? And my last question goes to Oscar. I think that should be September 17, 2024. In Lebanon, handheld pagers exploded and killed several people, injured thousands of people. And a few days after, a walkie-talkie also exploded just because Israel wanted to disrupt communication of the Hezbollah. Is there any form of law in place? Because this is similar to the use of a mobile phone. So is there any law in place? And so that we can learn from the Kenyan experience. And again, in most African contexts, I've discovered there are so many situations where we have the law, but when it comes to enforcement, it's always a problem. I want to ask very simply, since data protection law started in Kenya, have you prosecuted anybody that is culpable? Thank you.
I'll take this opportunity to thank the panelists for thought-provoking discussion and very informative. As we have heard, this is an ever-changing technology, and digital technology is growing, and there's huge opportunity. And also, with equal measures, online harm, fraud, illegal activities, I'd like to ask the panelists, not anybody in particular, what threads do you see shaping the future of data protection in Africa, and how can we prepare for them? Thank you.
Okay. Oh, okay. I can give you one, and then we can go around. Yeah, one in front.
Yeah, so thank you so much for that good presentation. So my question goes to Kipla. Yeah, so Kipla and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, we know that you do a lot of data masses. So mine is to know, at this era of digital, especially in terms of data consolidation, how do you complement each other now that you are in the same ministry? Thank you.
Okay. All right, so you have across the board issues around student participation and so forth. Then specifically to you, Wisdom was on impact of poor regulation, political economy, consequences. Then you have, to Sandra, effects on kids, is not just on women. But I thought you talk about kids as well. But anyway, but you can go back and remind us. Then you have the issues around cybersecurity, the abuse, or is there abuse or use of the state to use this infrastructure for whatever reason, national security, the explosives that was happening in Lebanese markets in the pockets of people. What does that mean in terms of regulations, control of, are these excesses or are these things that the state are using legitimately to protect itself? And then that's kind of follow up with the issues about threat of data protection and data safety in Africa from the lady at the back. And then the question to Kipra, how do these two institutions work together to manage these evolutions that is happening, particularly for Kenyans, I think. So those are the 5, or is it 6? And if you can keep it very short, we have like 5 minutes before 4, or maximum, we can go up to 4:05, eh? Because we started slightly late. All right, thanks. So, okay, we can start from you, and then we can go around and come back this way.
A well-guided chair. I think there are 3 there for me. Yes, my brother, there was that issue of the explosion in Lebanon where they were trying to distort the Hezbollah communication. And you asked about laws. Here in Kenya, yes, there is laws. 2 that really quickly comes on top of my mind. We have what we call KICA, which is Kenya Information and Communications Act, which basically tries to protect critical, what they call the CII, which is critical information infrastructure. So that laws prohibits the running down of any kind of communication that may be used. For example, if you are using fiber, optic, and all that. So, and beneath that, this is one of the laws, progressive laws, that has so many regulations under it. So there are also regulations that will quickly put up offenses when you carry out acts like those ones that were being committed. Then the second law there is the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. I had Sandra talk about that. I guess there's also one in Uganda where you're trying to use maybe a remote controlled computer to gain access to somebody's network and infrastructure and causing explosion. So there are laws around that. Then you also did ask about prosecution. Data protection is basically more of an administrative kind of sanctions that we do offer. However, within the same act, there are those criminal activities that has been defined. And quickly on top of my mind is one, obstructing the data commissioner when he's carrying out their duty. We have seen all those people whom you ask them for information and they provide false information deliberately, and also thirdly, forging documents. For example, data controllers are required to register. There are those that are forging. So yes, we have recommended for prosecution, and currently we have 22 cases that we have recommended for prosecution. So that's a remedy, an outcome of investigation provided for within the act. And then my sister, I know we didn't mention names, but that you asked about the trends that are shaping data protection in Africa. Yes, data protection, just like many other technologies, it's really fast evolving, and I want to say that these new and emerging technologies such as AI are what are driving the trends that are the ones shaping the trends in data protection, because AI really relies on a lot of data, and it's not only corporate data, it also relies on personal data. So how this is used, processed through machine learning for purposes of predictive analysis and all that, will really shape how we will be looking at data protection and privacy. And secondly, the cyber crimes, because most of the things are being automated, and when you and I know that once we automate and put things out there, those that are seated really waiting to explore the vulnerabilities. And then last but not least, in terms of trends that will be shaping also, is to look out for what we call the virtual assets, the cryptocurrencies and the blockchain. That is where emerging technologies is going. I think in Kenya we've already signed into law what we call the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act of 2025, that also incorporates and expects those people who will be using cryptos and blockchains to comply with data privacy laws in Kenya. Those are the trends I see. Yeah, thank you.
Sandra. Snappy, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
So how can children be protected? Everything I'd said earlier around all hands on deck still stands, and the regulatory frameworks not having a one-size-fits-all approach. Because what happens is that when we are talking about policies, for example, policy reform, we tend to think the situations affect everyone the same way, or that we all experience particular things the same way, which is not the case. And that's children are a very clear example of how differently their experiences get. So that means that We need to have laws, first of all, that are advancing at the same rate as the changing times. If we talk about protection of children offline, the laws also need to reflect protection of children online. And online is across different sectors, because I know the conversation here is really around economic growth and data governance in terms of economy, but it needs to be across different sectors. So we need to talk about protection of children, for example, in schools, because now children are studying on Zoom and they are studying using tabs. Things we never did when we were growing. When we were still studying, we had plain pencil and paper, right? But now the times have changed. And so the laws, which is the burden of the state really, also need to advance at that level to be able to cover all those gaps that we might not have planned for in terms of offline protection. It also means that we need to have not children necessarily, but youth, young people in decision-making spaces, because obviously they have a fresher memory of being children than the adults. It just makes sense to have them in decision-making spaces, which is largely lacking on the continent, because we find that in decision-making spaces, we don't plan for the intergenerational aspect. And yet really across, from both sides of the spectrum, everyone has something to bring to the table, because the seasoned people also have a wisdom that the young people are not privy to, but the young people also have experiences that are different from what the seasoned ones had growing up. So we need to have young people in decision making, and this is really across systems, in education, in medicine, in academia, everywhere, because protection of children on the internet is not just in schools, it's not just at home. So we can't say, oh, parents watch out, oh, teachers watch out. Children are everywhere. And so we need to plan for that as well. And that looks like ensuring that we also harmonize data governance across national systems and regional and global systems. Then I wanted to say something small around the threats shaping data protection, just to add on to what Oscar mentioned. So in order to prepare for that eventuality, we also need to first understand that we need to improve our digital skills generally, because we need to start using this technology from a point of information and not just being passive consumers of tech. So every time that you're using something or doing something from a point of information, you know better, or you know what to do or what not to do, or which gaps to avoid. So we need to increase our digital skills and literacy. We also need to build and support alternative options, alternative open source options, for example, because we already know that big tech has consolidated and accumulated power. And power is not just money, it's influence. For example, Meta has a GDP that's bigger than some of our countries, honestly speaking. And how can then our government start being at the same negotiating table with big tech? Yet even the power dynamics are already, skewed to big tech. So therefore, we have limited, if at all, any control over our data, because, and we joke about this in office a lot, around how these days we pay tech platforms to rent our data to us. Huh? Am I making sense? Yeah? So, for example, we pay Google, storage space, monthly storage space, to rent our data, because whatever they're storing for us is our data, but we still have to pay to access it, and that access is not, my English has gone, it's not continuous. Every month you have to pay for access to your data. The same goes for Snapchat. The same goes for all these platforms on which we exist. The same goes for Netflix, for example. We no longer own movies. How we did with tapes and CDs and what? We no longer actually own movies. You want to watch a movie, you rent it from Netflix, or you rent it from HBO, or you rent it from wherever. Music, we rent music from YouTube, we rent music from Spotify. And so that's where increasing our awareness and our strength in digital skills come in, because it allows us to use tech from a point of information actively, as opposed to just being passive consumers, which is what big tech is counting on. Big tech is counting on us being passive consumers so that they can continue accumulating the power that they have over our data. And so then our governments, honestly, and us as end users of technology, through civil society, through different coalitions, have a huge role to play in shaping how our data is used, stored, accessed, etc.
Oh, good. Wisdom.
Okay, thank you very much, the chair. So there was a question about theoretical economic effect of poorly regulated digital economy. From the economics point of view, or social economics point of view, crime is like any other business. You only have to look at the cost of engaging in a criminal activity and then the potential benefits of engaging in the activity. And if the returns is positive, you go ahead and engage in those activities. Of course, the costs include both economic costs and maybe psycho-social costs of engaging in a criminal activity. Two main factors normally drive criminality: the risk of punishment and the severity of punishment when you are caught. So if you have a poorly regulated framework, what happens is that either the risk of being caught is low because nobody is watching, or even if you are caught, you are not prosecuted because the law doesn't actually seem to cover that. And both of these make it profitable for people to engage in criminality. And typically that is the reason why a lot of our young boys and girls who are unemployed will engage in mobile money transfer fraud, because it may be difficult to catch them, and then also even if they are caught, the punishment is not severe. So it has become a way of life for them. But then the wider implication is that when that happens, then people are finding it difficult to save money on their Momo. The people cannot say, people don't want to keep money, people don't want to do business. Potentially, the amount of business that can be done through that platform diminishes significantly because of the fear that someone else might, steal the money, and then you will not be able to get it back. And then that has implication for investment and for a lot of things that one can do if those, if the regulatory framework, or if there were laws to protect consumers against all that. So theoretically, that can affect economic growth, job creation, and so many other things. Even recovery of credit, we can argue, could be affected or if you have a poorly regulated, so people are not ready to give out loans, for example. So these are potential theoretical economic arguments or economic effects that one can experience, or a nation can experience, if the regulatory framework is weak. Now, quickly to the issue about whether there is still a demand, or young men should go into tech or whatever. I don't think I got that question well, but if that is what it means, we know that with the AI, some of these routine jobs are going to go away. But then if we invest in critical thinking around AI, if we invest in cyber security, for example, there will always be a demand for that skill. So it depends on where we want the young ones to invest. There will always be a demand. Because that is the world we find ourselves in now. I know people who are still in school and have jobs because they've shown, very high level or elevated level of skill in cyber security, etc. They already have jobs before and others have completed school so many years they cannot find jobs. So there will always be a demand for skills in that space, because that is the future.
Yeah, there was, I was just quickly, to just a rejoinder, I think part of the question could be, are students benefiting from this evolution? And I was at the Social Summit, at the G20 Social Summit, and I think the Vice Chancellor of University of South Africa said that, it's a two-way street. The potential for kids not developing critical thinking because now AI can write your essay and your teacher might not spot it is a threat to learning, actually. It's a very serious mechanism for de-skilling and robbing me, a parent who is paying a lot of money in fees. But the other side is for the system to be used constructively to facilitate learning. So for those of you professors and whatever, maybe you also need to develop skills to detect whether pilot has written the essay or the student used pilot to write the essay. These are not the same things. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I just also want to agree with you on this, because I think when you look at AI, okay, let me just look at this aspect, then I go to the one for Kipra. Yes, I think looking at AI, for me, I see, yes, it could actually be killing some jobs, but the other side is also opening up a whole value chain. You know, we call it AI ecosystem value chain. We are talking about new infrastructure, computing, storage, many things. Actually, what we call the horizontal integration of AI and vertical integration of AI. So there are a lot of new jobs that are also going to be created. So just think about when computers are also being introduced, the same narrative we had, that computers are actually coming to take jobs. But look at today, there are so many digitally enabled jobs that we are enjoying. So for me, I still feel the future is still bright, that jobs are also going to be generated. Again, also, when we say AI is doing research, so look at it. I think, okay, for me, I look at it, AI being a tool. But you see, as a human being, we still have the control over this machine. So we are the ones to determine the input, the processes, and also the output of what is actually coming from this. So I think we still have a very clear role. We still have a clear space when it comes to the AI domain. Now, coming now to the question directed to Kipra. Yes, I agree with you. I think there is much that we need to do, because when you look at these two institutions, the public think tank, that is Kipra, and the KNBS, that is the Statistical Bureau. So one thing that is actually cutting across the two institutions is data. So one, KNBS is mandated to generate or is actually the custodian of data, whereas Kipra is the one that is meant to use that data to generate policy, advice, notes and all that. So I think we have noted there are some gaps. I think I agree with you that the two institutions need to work closely. So at the moment we have formed a task force that is going to look at better ways of the two institutions, so that once the data is generated from KNBS, is timely fed into Kipra system, and we're able to really to leverage on that data and and inform the government quite effectively and all that. So I think that's something that is very positive, and more importantly, I think we also need, as two institutions, we also need to take advantage of the emerging technologies, the likes of Internet of Things, or the alternative. We normally call this Internet of Everything, so that we can have timely collection of data. At the same time, also the data is also shared with the consumers who actually intended to use that data. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, all the panelists, and of course, ARC. For me, it has been, it's actually nicer to be a chair of a panel than being a panelist, because you spend time absorbing all this free knowledge. I didn't have to read all this stuff. So thank you very much for making me a chair for the panel. I benefited a lot myself. And I think we can give a hand of applause to our very knowledgeable panelists. And I hope that,
Thank you, Chair. Very efficient in managing the session. I will now gift you for being a very efficient chair. The panelists, I think I had already gifted you.
Yeah, I have too many gifts from ERC. I don't want to become...
Yeah, so we have three panelists who had not received gifts earlier, so I can invite them to receive the gifts. And the chair, is the one who will present the gifts because he already has his.
Yeah. I do have the gifts.
Okay.
It's a secret. I'm not telling you.
Sarah? Okay. You can start with Oscar.
You want the pictures with the
Yeah,
picture?
the picture, yeah.
Oh, where do you want it?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, yeah. He's here. She's
Either way. you want the camera action? Here we go.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. Oscar? Thank you very much. Winston? Yes. Thank you very much. And then a group photo.
There's
All of
one
you.
more.
Yeah, one. Pardon?
There's still one more.
No, he has his gift.
Oh, he has a gift already?
He already has it. He's like you. Thank you very much. So you can take your seats in the plenary hall. Yeah, you move back. So we are in the closing session now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are lucky to have the representative of the Cabinet Secretary who was meant to have come here earlier. That is CS William Kabogo. He is Alphonse Kanunga, Secretary Telecommunications and Postal Service, Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. He has more than 20 years experience in the ICT and public sector. So I'll invite him to give the closing remarks, and then I'll come back to give the vote of thanks. Welcome, Alphonse.
Thank you so much. And while riding on all established protocols, good evening. My name is Alphonse Kanunga, Secretary Telecommunications and Postal Services in the Ministry of ICT. And first, I really would like to relay the apologies of CS William Kabogo, and also the PS, Stephen Isamboke, because the CS was going to grace the opening of the event, but exigencies of duty, so much in terms of official work and commitments, then he delegated that to the PS. Again, a lot is happening in the ministry, in government. So again, the PS was so much into crazy and tight schedules. So now both of them sent me to really come and just say a word, spend the part of the afternoon with you guys, so that as government, as the ministry, at the end of it, we would like to give our commitment that we will get a copy of the resolutions and the commitments which have come from this conversation, today's event, so that we can, I will present the same to the ministry leadership, so that we can be examining and looking at some of the propositions and things that we can be considering for implementation as ministry and also as government. Because I have joined up really quite late, as happened, I came in when this panel was going on. And I want to begin by really congratulating the panelists, because there are things that are pertinent to government of Kenya, to governments across Africa. And first, I want to point out that the top out of 10, rather 8 out of 10 richest in the world are in the ICT sector, in the tech sector, are in the digital sector. Of course, Elon Musk is there top in the list. Jeff Bezos, all these other guys, Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, and if you look at the top 10, or even the top 20, in that schedule, in that list, we have quite a number of establishments, companies, firms, which are in the ICT sector, leading that. So what that means, when conversations like this happen around data and governance, digital transformation, AI, that means we are on the right track. And we can only recommend that let these conversations happen every so often. Let us make these kind of conversations as frequent as we can, so that the kind of quality, valuable knowledge that has been exchanged here and that we have shared since morning. And I have meant to understand we have delegates from outside Kenya. So this kind of exchange of knowledge and benchmarking gonna take Africa where we want Africa to be by 2063, the Smart Africa Agenda. And then now comes Kenya, the Kenya agenda. I really appreciate, because the speakers are connecting to what is happening in Africa and what is happening in Kenya. Because Kenya, like some of the other African countries, has some of the most progressive policy framework when it comes to digital and it comes to ICT. Looking at the ICT policy, the digital the digital economy blueprint, then the digital, the Kenyan digital master plan, 20 years plan. So that if we were to examine the plan, the ICT plan, and also the other African plans, the propositions, the programs, the projects that have been proposed in these plans, and especially coming to Kenya. Government, we say that we are rolling out 100,000 kilometers of fiber, 25,000 Wi-Fi hotspots, 1450 digital hubs, training, rather exposing citizens, 20 million Kenyans to digital skills in the next 5 years, in the next 20 years. Now, if that were to happen in Africa, in every other country, and then we reflect on that, the multiplier effect, the trickle-down effect of this kind of infrastructure systems and digital skilling, Do you know that will translate our place of Africa in the next 10 years, or even at the earliest, to a large galaxy of smart villages in Kenya, smart counties, which integrate to a smart nation, and then a smart nation that will integrate to a smart Africa. Now, how will that look like? How will that look like in the fullness of time, in terms of I think we are in short simply saying that let us endeavor to get all these policies, plans correct, so that in the next, in the coming years, so that Africa can join other developed countries. In Kenya, for example, digital economy currently is contributing around 9% towards the Kenyan economy. If you look at developed countries, digital economy, that side, is contributing around 15% towards the economies. So if we can, as Africa, as governments, commit to implement some of the wonderful plans that we have in place, in the coming years, we shall be that place where other developed countries are. I really like what I have seen. Kenya is working on a national e-commerce platform that will integrate all the e-commerce platforms, private e-commerce platforms in the country. That will integrate to the ESE e-commerce platform. And that will eventually integrate into the African e-commerce platform. How will that mega infrastructure system platform look like when that time comes? And what will be the impact and easiness in terms of digital trade, digital marketing, and all these kind of things? I'll just would like to say one thing about AI, because the panelists have really spoken into that. Here in Kenya, through the AI strategy, we would like to mainstream AI, right from primary education through high school education, TVET, and higher education. Now, this happens, we can be sure that our graduates, guys who are coming from our schools, are skilled to an extent that we shall have massive contributions to the economy through the AI. And of course now other emerging technologies, as the panelists and members have actually indicated here. And that will be, I think, a very good place to be. So, as I conclude, I just want to mention two things. In the last few weeks, in Kenya School of Government, we had Cyber Week Africa. And one of the resolutions that came from that conference is African countries shall consider establishing national cybersecurity agencies. Because now, when we are speaking of data governance and data drives AI and the systems, for us to ensure that we achieve our endeavors, we require a national cyber agency for Kenya and other countries. And here in Kenya, the process is at an advanced stage. We would like to bring together, to merge NC4, KSAT at CA, and other similar endeavors and functions in the ministry, just to one place that able to point and hold one person responsible. That person shall be responsible when certain things happen that compromise data security, data governance. The other thing is Africa, Kenya, and I think it's important. The kind of citizenry that we have in Africa and in Kenya, our people know that water is a priority, agriculture, health is a priority. But now, when it comes to digital and telecoms and ICT, Mwananchi really allocates budget through public participation to ICT. So our government shall consider, really needs to consider allocating adequate budgets towards digital transformation. Because through that, we are able to have resources, channel resources towards AI, other emerging technologies, ICTs, and the entire space of data governance, and we shall be able to push and achieve the smart Kenya and the smart Africa agenda. So thank you so much for the time, and our friends and colleagues who are from outside Kenya. Any other time, feel welcome to this place. Us guys from Kenya, another time, we will be stepping out, because this thing will not happen unless we continue sharing knowledge. These things are developing, tech is moving fast, developing very fast. So let us keep the conversation live, and that way we shall be reaching our destination matters digital very soon. So thank you so much, and really God bless you, and apologies for joining up late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Representative CS, Mr. Kananga, I would like to invite our Director of Research, Professor Abi Kadir, to present you with the gift before you take your seat back. You can just up there. Photograph, please. You're done? Okay, thank you very much. You can take your seat. So we've come to the end of this event, and I would like to do a vote of thanks to all the distinguished and esteemed participants who have been with us since Sunday. So on behalf of the Organizing Committee and African Economic Research Consortium, it is my privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for making ARC Summit 2025 such a thought-provoking and enriching conference. We are deeply thankful to all our panelists for sharing their expertise and diverse perspectives on complex and some even evolving subjects. Your insights have given us much to reflect upon and, of course, carry forward. To our participants, thank you very much for your active engagement throughout with the thoughtful questions and taking keen interest in the proceedings. Your contributions added depth and vibrancy to the discussions, reminding us that dialogue is the cornerstone of progress. We also specifically acknowledge the tireless efforts of session moderators. It's not very easy to moderate panelists, particularly if you have time constraints. Some panelists would like to continue talking on and on. So we like to really acknowledge our session moderators who ensured the smooth flow of the sessions. Gratitude also goes to the hotel. This is Glee Hotel for the nice conference facilities that we have enjoyed since Sunday. Also accommodation. I hope all of us who have accommodation really have a nice place to spend the night. And of course the food and breakfast that we have been enjoying since Sunday. I would also like to extend gratitude to the simultaneous interpretation services crew that helped us in bridging the bridging the language divide very seamlessly. The media agencies, that is the ones who provided us with live streaming as well as visibility and branding of the event. We thank you very much. Of course, the travel agencies, agency that made sure that those who are flying from outside the country flew in on time and safely. Of course, plus the airport transfers, which the travel agency also provided. I would also like to extend gratitude to sponsors of the event, the Gates Foundation, the Hewlett Foundation, the Central Bank of Kenya that sponsored the dinner on Sunday. Last but not least, I would like to congratulate and of course thank AERC staff that worked round the clock. They burned the midnight oil to make sure that this event is a success, both in terms of planning as well as execution. So as we conclude this summit, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and continue shaping frameworks that foster innovation while safeguarding our communities. Thank you once again for your presence and participation. For those who will be traveling today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, bon voyage. Asanteni sana.